Okay, we'll get started here in one moment. There we go. The time is now 3:57. The Warwick Finance Committee is hereby open for the discussion on the budget. If I may, item number 1, PCR 75-21, resolution relative to transfer supplemental appropriations and emergency appropriations. If I may have a motion for public discussion.
So moved.
Move to
Second.
hold them.
Move to hold public hearings. It was made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
7th.
Aye.
Thank you. That's item number 2, PCR 76-21, resolution adopting and setting the tax rate for the city of Warwick in the financial year beginning July 1st, 2021, ending July 30th, 2022. May I have a motion to move that for public discussion?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. This is just the committee for right now. Thank you. And Mr. President,
You gotta
All right.
hold.
Mr. President,
Can I speak for a second?
yeah, you're echoing really
You need
bad.
to hold these two.
Solicitor Walsh, is that we need to hold them, or do we wait and we pause?
The committee can, historically, if I recall, we discharge them from the committee or send the recommendation for public hearing. The council, as it proceeds through the rest of the week, would traditionally hold it until all discussions have completed, and then we would still have the 24-hour cooling off period for it to be held. I'm not
Understood.
sure if Lynn was.
That's what I was trying to get you to do. I want you to hold those to 5:27. And then the finance committee will open on 5:27 for these 2 items before the vote in the full council.
We need to move them first, Lynn. We need to have the discussion. We'll hold them at the end. They needed to move them so we could talk about it. If we just hold it, then it's over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes,
the
sir.
floor is yours.
Okay.
So to be clear, I
Have all the
think,
council people turn on their cameras here. I want to make sure everybody's here before we call the meeting to order. Nine. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I call the city council meeting for May 24th, 2021. The following options are available to access this meeting. You may access or participate in the meeting using the Zoom application on a smart device or on a PC via the web at zoom.us and clicking on Join a Meeting in the upper right hand of the page. The webinar ID number this evening is 978-8786-9794. Again, all this information will be on our website as well. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only may call one of the following numbers. Non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile carriers do not place an extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning potential charges you would be responsible for. The first number this evening is 1-646-558-8656. The next number is 1-301-715-8592. The next number is 1-312-626-6799. The next number is 1-669-900-9128. And the next number is 1-253-215-8782. And the next number is 1-346-248-7799. Toll-free numbers from anywhere in the United States, you can reach us at 1-877-853-5447. The next number is 1-888-788-0099. The next number is 1-833-548-0276. The next number is 1-833-548-0282. Please note, if you're experiencing trouble connecting via a toll-free number, please try the next number on the list. Again, all these numbers and information is on the City Council's website. You will then need to punch in web ID number 978-8786-9794 on your touchtone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may, if using a smartphone or a PC, click on the raise hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask for the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and any further discussion, the participant will be muted again, and we will need to click on raise hand icon or punch in *9 to ask another question. If phoning in, punch *9 on the touchtone keypad. The moderator will indicate when it is your turn to comment or ask a question. At this time, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. Foley,
Here.
Mr. Gephardt,
Here.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McElroy, Mr. McElroy, Mr. McElroy, Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Snappy.
Here. Here.
Ricks is
also here.
Here. Is Mr. McElroy here? All right, 9 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mayor Picozzi to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Before we start the meeting, I would just like to have a moment of silence for our friend and colleague who passed away and was buried this morning. Mayor Joe Solomon. He was a friend and a true advocate for the citizens of Warwick. So I ask for a moment of silence for Mayor Joe Solomon. Thank you very much. Before we start the meeting, I would just like to call on the City Council Solicitor, Mr. Conley. to just give us a quick overview of the executive order and where we stand at this time. Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we all have a long evening ahead of us. So I apologize in advance for this being a little bit longer than my usual commentary. But the order issued on Friday, 2157, there's already been a lot of public comment and discussion about it, some of which is inaccurate. And I've received a lot of questions, so I want to make sure I respond to all of that. As I said a moment ago, Executive Order 2157 issued just this Friday. As a result of that order, there are no longer any capacity restrictions for venues of public assembly, which is what we are. In paragraphs 7 and 8, however, the order does address public assembly for government establishments and says that we must comply with applicable executive orders and all of the Department of Health's regulations, including those related to screening of individuals, wearing masks or cloth face coverings, and posting appropriate signs and other health and safety protocols. That particularly now what that means is that on-site individuals who are not fully vaccinated must continue to wear masks or cloth face coverings. Being fully vaccinated means someone that has received all the recommended dosages of the particular vaccine that has been administered to them, and that 14 days has elapsed since the administration of those dosages. Nothing in this order prohibits or otherwise prevents a public assembly or a government meeting from requiring stricter or more restrictive COVID protocols. Specifically as to masks and face coverings, 2158 says that they are no longer required indoors or outdoors for anyone, again, who has passed that vaccine standard of 14 days post-vaccination. It also essentially says that this will remain in full force and effect through June 18. It also specifies that the Executive Order 2140 regarding alternate accessible means for public safety, to the public for remote public meetings remains in full force and effect. It's reasonable to expect that on May 27th, we will see a further extension of the requirement for alternate accessible means for all our public hearings. That's a summary. I might add as an aside to Executive Order 2157 as it relates to our public hearings on the budget. We posted our open meetings notice prior to the issuance of the executive order. So our open meetings notice is essentially going to govern our conduct of these two meetings, which, as you noted at the beginning of the session, Mr. President, is for a virtual public hearing for the posted notices for the budget. If there's any other questions, I do my best to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conley. Okay, at this time, we will start the public meeting. The purpose of this meeting is a public hearing on the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022. At this time, I'm going to ask Mayor Picozzi. Mayor Picozzi.
Mr. President, members of City Council. Preparation for the budget in front of you tonight began several months ago. My goal was to present to you a budget that did not call for a property tax increase, and that goal has been achieved. Homeowners and business owners are struggling because of this pandemic, and I know that you join me in the desire not to put any further burden on them. This budget includes 3 special initiatives. The first is to recall the city employees that were laid off last year. We cannot continue to provide the quality of services. We're failing to provide the quality of services the people of this city deserve at the current staffing levels. The second is a line item for lease purchase to begin a continuing program to replace our decrepit equipment and vehicles. And the third is an allowance for a half year's lease on the AAA Sawtooth building, which will serve as a central location for our city's offices and services for many years to come. You recently voted for this long-term lease, and I'm pleased to report that earlier today, I officially signed the lease. Also in this budget is maintenance of effort for the school department. Since taking office, I've met bi-weekly with the superintendent. We've always been aware of each other's respective financial positions. The superintendent and school's finance director met with me several weeks ago and told me that they needed no additional appropriation this year. They said that because of a sharp decline in student population, the teacher layoffs were necessary, and that has been done. But with the no additional appropriation, no programs, there would be no programs cut with no additional appropriation. During the school department's budget process, the school committee added an additional $500,000. And that $500,000 would result in a tax increase, and it's not a part of my budget. This budget was crafted by my finance director, Peter Schaefer, and his staff. You're all familiar with Peter. He's renowned all over Rhode Island as one of the best in the business. Also assisting me in the process was planning director, Bruce Kaiser. Bruce was formerly the finance director here in Warwick. He's been a town manager in 2 different municipalities. This budget was prepared by experts. I'm now going to turn this over to Peter.
Thank you, Mayor. Also with us today at the head table is Jen Soto, the budget analyst for the city, and Lynn Prodger, the city treasurer. I'm going to just talk a little bit. We're doing the school department first. I'm just going to talk a little bit about this budget in the context of the school department. And Mr. President, after the school department finishes, I might want to go a little bit further on the total budget as it relates to city services. But this budget, a lot of what we had to deal with in crafting this budget was figuring out how to use American Rescue Funds, which were appropriated by Congress, signed by and enacted by the president in March. And the city is going to be receiving over an interval beginning last week and running for a year, approximately $39 million in American Rescue Funds. The school department has access to another pot of funds to help them in their school department. As the mayor said, what we have here is a maintenance of effort, city funds of $130 million going to the school department. They've had an enrollment decline of around 400. They've have an agreement, a labor agreement going forward, and they have other resources. And I really want to turn it over to the school department now, get their presentation, and I may speak to you a little bit further later on other initiatives in the city budget.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. So at this time, I need a motion to open the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Motion by Councilman Foley, second by Councilman Lannister, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy. All those in favor, will do a voice vote. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the first up this evening is going to be the school department, who are going to join us. And just a note from my colleagues on the council, if you'd like to ask a question, please just use the raise your hand icon, because it's hard to see with all the different screens here. So if you raise your hand on the icon, I can identify you. And Phil and Chris, I don't know if, I believe WPC Zoom, is that, yes, that is Dr. Thornton, if you want to allow them in.
Good afternoon. Can you,
Good afternoon.
Mayor Boccozzi, Council President McAllister, and City Council members, as you are aware, Miss Lynn Danbrook is Warwick's new superintendent, and as such, I thought it appropriate for her to introduce the school's budget for next year. But before I do turn things over to Ms. Danbrook, I did want to thank you all for the chance to work with all of you over the last 6 years, and I truly wish you all the best of luck moving forward. So with that, I will turn things over to Superintendent Danbrook to start the budget process this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ficosi, Council President McAllister, and members of the City Council. Representatives from the school department are here today to answer any questions you might have regarding the school committee's fiscal year 2022 adopted budget. To establish budget priorities, the budget managers from each department met to identify the crucial initiatives to fund in next year's budget. Requests have a shared focus and are aligned with the district's strategic plan. This collaboration made the budget process more efficient and meaningful. I am proud to say that the school department's budget that you have before you is student-centered. The funds in this budget support student achievement, student programs, and transportation for all eligible students in grades K through 12. I will now turn this presentation over to Robert Baxter, the Executive Director of Finance and Operations.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much to all members of the mayor's staff and to the mayor and to all the members of the city council who are present. I know you have a long agenda, so I'll try to keep my opening comments brief, and then I'll entertain questions. As Superintendent Danbrook mentioned, an implied fiscal 22 will be for us a rebuilding year. We are facing enrollment, revenue, and cost savings challenges, and we're working on, we've crafted a budget that addresses those. First and foremost, this budget, I have to emphasize, this budget is truly student-centered. Beyond that, it is a transformational budget in that fiscal 22, again, is a year which we plan to close a number of structural gaps. First of all, we're looking at improving student achievement, developing and creating student opportunities, closing the technology gap with one-to-one Chromebooks for all of our students, closing the curriculum gap, which we can talk to, but as in the future here, later on in the presentation. We've got a facilities gap where we're trying to get our facilities up to speed. And certainly all of this coming together to help close what we refer to as the enrollment gap. In other words, as Superintendent Danbrook stated, we've started with a clean slate. We've questioned all of our assumptions, all of our old assumptions, and we're looking and have developed new approaches to a lot of our old challenges. And this is the most important point. So let me explain what I mean, if you bear with me. Right there, picture a Thanksgiving dinner, and we've got, multiple generations, and the little baby sister goes to the older sister and says, hey, why when we cook the turkey, are the turkey legs taken off the turkey? And the older sister goes, I don't know. Why don't you go ask mom? I said, Mom, when we take and cook the turkey, we always take the turkey legs off. Why do we do that? And I said, well, I don't know. I guess it's the way we were taught, and I guess it makes the turkey taste better. Why don't you go ask, my older sister, Aunt so-and-so, Auntie so-and-so, why do we take the turkey legs off? I don't know. Why don't you go ask Grandma? Grandma, why do we take the turkey legs off? Well, when I first got married, my stove was only so big and I couldn't fit the whole turkey in. And so I took the turkey legs off. And so that kind of addresses the situation that we're in. The situation has changed, and we need to adapt our processes and our practices to that and the way we look at our budget. And I believe Superintendent Danbrook and our staff on the academic side and on the fiscal side, we've all taken that same approach. And so a couple of times, if we get off track tonight, you might hear me reference turkey legs, and that means we're looking at it a little bit differently. And so this budget seeks to put the district in a new position, a position in which we're generating revenue from alternate sources, where we optimize the expense dollars that we do spend, and position the district in a way to retain and hopefully increase our enrollment. Specific examples include closing the gaps that I mentioned, technology, facilities, and achievement gaps, for instance, learning loss, with funds from ESSER 3. We're looking at off-site solar projects and on-site solar projects to reduce our expenses and hopefully generate additional revenue, which we can use again to strengthen our district. We've got an initiative to reclaim instructional space and improve our facilities. We're looking at replacing and enhancing our curriculum with so-called green curriculum, which I will admit is more for the academic team to speak to. We're looking again at one-to-one Chromebooks for all students in the district, which coming out of this pandemic should be obvious as to the importance and the need for that. And fully fund all of the instructional supplies. And you should say, you would think that would be a no-brainer, but in the past, that's been a struggle. And in this budget, Superintendent Danbrook fully funds the instructional supply requests from across the district. As you analyze this budget request, please keep in mind the following. First of all, turkey legs, right? We're not doing things the same way. Second, year-to-year comparisons between this year's request and the last 2 years are really not valid. They're incomparable years due to COVID. We discontinued operations more than a quarter sooner in fiscal 20, and fiscal 21 was certainly an atypical year. Third, $141 million out of the $174 million budget is salaries and fringe benefits. So that's 81% of our entire budget is fixed and driven by our staffing and the contractual obligations. So as we go through the non-staffing part of the budget, please keep in mind that the majority of our budget, 81%, is in the staffing side. And then even as we're going through the non-staffing side, please keep in mind that 22.6 million out of the roughly 33 million is of the remaining budget, that is the non-staffing budget, is fixed. And by that we mean, again, contractual obligations in terms and contractual obligations such as out-of-district tuitions, $12.4 million, and transportation, $10.2 million. So again, we've got 22.6 million out of that 33 million. Can't really play with. That leaves a balance of $5 million. So that total, the 22.6 plus the $141 million in staffing represents 94% of our budget. That's in those three categories: salary and fringe, transportation, and out-of-district tuitions. 6% is in everything else. So while we are extremely happy, we've got the entire team assembled to go through that detail and entertain any questions. We would really are excited to talk to you about the strategic initiatives and the way we're using the resources that we're requesting for the other 94% of our budget. So in summary, we're requesting a local appropriation of $132,107,346. And that plus the other local sources of revenue bring our total local unrestricted budget to $174,400,000 roughly. You have before you our budget request and the presentation and documents, and I'll entertain any questions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First off, I would like to thank Dr. Thornton for his service to our city for the past 6 years, and we wish you the best in your next challenge. And to the new superintendent, Superintendent Danbrook, we are pleased that you're here. We love that Warwick person is leading the Warwick cities. That this is great, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, are there members of the council that would like to ask questions? Councilman Sinapi.
Howdy. Less a question, more a comment, just so people are aware. So last year, I met with the school department on 2 occasions prior to the budget meetings for roughly 9 hours to parse through their budget with them. And that's how we helped shrink the gap, for those who might recall, between the original request and what ended up happening before the council. They were very helpful, and frankly, it was a helpful experience all around. This year, it went much more smoothly. Only took about 4 or 5 hours. Councilman Gebhardt was able to join for much of that time. And early on, it was clear that they approached budgeting differently this year. Thanks probably in large part to Superintendent Dambert, because rather than having all the various departments within the school department requesting potentially the same things and having too much overlap, she apparently made a point to make sure there wasn't duplication, which is probably at least in part why we didn't have such a large request gap. That helped make things much simpler. And CFO Baxter also helped a great deal by, in his words, estimating more conservatively rather than with broad brushstrokes and just assuming for the best. He made a more realistic and practical approach. And also we went over their TA, and it was nice to find out that rather than the 10.5 increase of the last TA, this one's only a 5, much different, much of an improvement, and much in the right direction for the sake of the city's budget. And so hopefully I'll be able to answer some things, but obviously the school department's here to take it away.
Thank you very much, Councilman. And I did want to note that I'd also like to thank all the teachers. This past year is like nothing we've ever seen. And they were total pros, and they adjusted, and they were able to give a great education to our students here in Warwick. So I just really wanted to say thank you to the teachers as well. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start off with a question to Rob. Rob, could you repeat the percentages that you said for salaries, fringe benefits, and travel, please?
Certainly. Salaries and fringe benefits is responsible for 81% of our budget, which is roughly $141 million. Planned for fiscal 22. These are fiscal 22 budget request numbers. $141 million, 81% of our budget. The balance of roughly $174 million is $33 million in non-staffing. And of that $33 million in non-staffing, $22.6 million is comprised in 2 categories: out-of-district tuitions and transportation, which is busing for the students, for eligible students. And let's see, so those two combined, the $141 million plus the $22.6 million, which are relatively fixed, right? The contractual obligations. Those are responsible for 94% of our budget. So salary, fringe, transportation, and out-of-district tuitions are responsible for 94% of our budget, leaving 6% for everything else.
Thank you, Rob. So I have more comments than questions. I think my comments just end up in a big giant question. So one of the things that I noticed is in tuition to other districts, 7% of our budget is to send kids elsewhere, to other districts or to charter schools, wherever. 7% of our budget. That's, I think, a pretty concerning number. And then that brings us to the point where in this past year, we've lost another 400 kids elsewhere, going elsewhere. And, we talk about maintenance of effort. We talk about we need more money. We don't have enough for this. We don't have enough for that. We only got 6% left to do what we need to do after we pay all these other items, including 7% of the budget for out-of-state tuition. So you do the math at $22,000 per student, and that's a cautious number because, in our documents here, it says it's in excess of $22,000. So the cost to educate a child here in Warwick is $22,000 per student. We've dropped another 400 students this year. That's $8.8 million in cost that I don't see exist. And that's concerning. So from fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 22, we've had an increase in the school budget of almost $8.5 million in 3 years. Almost $8.5 million increased costs in our school department. And we have the swing the other way of 400 kids not here at 22,000 per student. So the big question is, why? What's going on? It seems to me that all of these conversations that have been going on at these budget hearings year after year after year after year don't change. The costs keep running up, the student population keeps running down, and we have more students, it seems, every year pulling away from the Warwick Public Schools and going to other districts or other schools. Rob, how many children, or what was the percentage of the tuition to other districts over the previous few years? Do you have that?
Yes, yep. But if I may, if I could just go back to a couple of your comments as well, and I will give you that information, Councilman Lattiser, and I do have it with me, but just a couple of just clarifying points, just so that we're all on the same page. Out of the $12 million for out-of-district tuitions, about $6 million are for special services for what I would call tuitions to facilities that deal with and provide services to the students that we're not able to, provide appropriate services for within the district. So I just want to make sure, just to be clear, so half of that $12 million is for what I'll call special services type students, and the other half deals with the enrollment problem that you were talking about. Again, that's just not so much for you, but just for the public listening. And then the second point I wanted to address, I think it was more of a rhetorical question, but just you are correct that that in the past several budgets, our expenses have not followed the decline in enrollment. But I would suggest that this budget attempts to reconcile that, because through the staff reductions that were adopted at the last school committee meeting to reduce enrollment as a result of reduce our staffing as a result of enrollment decline to correct that error. So again, I would say that, with the new look that we're giving to the current situation, that we are making the steps that we probably haven't made in the past. That said, let me get you the answer for your question. And hold on one second. I've got if you can see me on the screen, I've got my big black book here. It's got all the answers. Let's see. Okay, Councilman Lattiser, you were asking, I think, how fast is enrollment to what I'll call charter schools, pathways, and career tech centers. How is that increasing over the past 3 years? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, I just picked a number.
Yep, sure. Yeah. So if I go back, I'm going to go back to fiscal or school year 2018, 2019. Our total, I have it in dollars. Our total was about 2.4, let's say $2.5 million in fiscal 19 or school year 18, 19. And this year it has increased to 3.5, 4, about $5 million.
So why is that?
Well, to be clear, I mean, we're working on that, and that we're trying to identify. We've got a bunch of solutions that a bunch of suggestions that it's competitive pathways, our facilities, and a number of other issues.
And Councilman, I'm happy to jump in there as well. I think you may have heard, we actually have some legislation with Representative Shanley right now being heard, I believe, Wednesday on this very topic, where historically in Rhode Island, a student could go to another district, even if we have the same program in Warwick. And hopefully, if we have passage on Wednesday, that would no longer be the case. So if we have automotive, we wouldn't be paying any more for a student to go to Coventry for automotive, and that's been happening. So that's one positive step we are making. If a program is unique in another district, we would still pay that tuition, but not if we have the same or substantially similar program. So historically, over the past several years, people for different reasons have gone to other districts. Some offer an interest in that pathway. Some honestly, I think for sports, some I think just for a different zip code. It's not one answer, but this legislation hopefully would curb that. Students currently in the program could stay, and it wouldn't take effect till January of 2022, I believe.
Well,
And then,
thank you.
and then if I may, Councilman Lattiser, just to add on to that. So I guess to be candid about it, we don't really have a firm understanding of that right now. However, and we need to know that answer. And working with Dr. Cecil, our plan is over the summer to go out and as part of our strategic planning process, to go out and interview stakeholders in the community, parents who've chosen to go to other districts, students, faculty, and just a broad range of folks to do that research and to identify the factors that are driving our enrollment decline. So I don't have a good, in other words, I don't have a good answer for you tonight, as good as I'd like to have, but we're hoping that by the time that we sit down to write that plan, which is September, October timeframe, that we will have honed in on the primary causes for the enrollment decline.
Well, Rob, thank you. And with all due respect to you and the superintendent, I've been hearing, these same comments. This will be the 9th budget session in a row. And that doesn't count the years of attending council meetings prior. So what I see is the trend has not changed. The tide has not turned, and we have the same thing. It's an ongoing thing. We have a declining enrollment, significant decline in enrollment, significant. It's about 5% again this year from last year. We see some of our students going elsewhere for whatever reasons. We see the costs of doing business increasing significantly from 170 million in 2019 to 186 million in fiscal year 2022. That's just unbelievable to me. And that 94% of the school budget, 94% is going to all those items, or those few items, those 3 items that you mentioned, Rob. If we had our budget in the private sector like that, I can assure you, you would not have any businesses anywhere, because you would never, ever survive. So there's something radically wrong with the formula in the big picture. And the other point that is, when people are paying for a service, whether it be a a plumbing service, whether it be a driveway, whether it be, and whatever it is, they expect to receive the best efforts for their money. And what we've been seeing here for the last several years is not particularly the case. So there's something wrong. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not in the education department. I'm looking at it from strictly a small business perspective. And I know for certain, if my costs continued to escalate at the rate that the school department's costs continue to escalate year after year after year, and if my customer base, my client base, were to continue to decline year after year after year, I would not survive, nor would any other business survive. So I hope that with a new look or a new set of eyes on this, what I consider to be a serious problem in how we educate our children, how we can afford to educate our children, or how we can't afford to educate our children. I'm really hoping that this new set of eyes is going to be able to get a grip on it. And it is particularly concerning to me to hear, and obviously we read it in our documents, but to hear from Mayor Picozzi that the school committee is asking for an additional $500,000 more than the administration said was necessary to run the school department when we have a decline of 400 students. So those are my comments, Mr. President. They're concerns that I think from time to time over the last 9 years that I've been on the council, I've shared these concerns, or other colleagues have shared these concerns with the direction that we're going. And I still see us having the same conversations. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Rob and Superintendent, for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So let's see. I guess that before I get to my two questions, two very broad questions, that is, want to share a little bit of history. I haven't been on the council for quite as long as some of my colleagues. However, as one who, like many of us, has attended Warwick schools, have a lot of experience with seeing Warwick schools over the years. I suppose that my first question, which is looking at where Warwick schools is going, not just this coming year, but making sure that this budget is setting up Warwick schools for success in future years, would be, well, a little bit of background, I suppose, first. In 2011, I graduated from Rhode Island College, secondary education history degree, went to start applying to school systems for a job as a high school history teacher or social studies teacher. And that was the very same year that so many school systems all across the state were not hiring teachers, but instead laying off teachers, because not that there was a recession at that time in the year 2011, but rather because the recession of 2008, 2009, the true impacts of that were being seen in fall 2011, because that's when the stimulus money ran out. If memory serves, Warwick schools laid off 40 teachers that year. And all across the state, I believe that there were 1.5 or 2.5 high school history teacher positions that were open in the entire state, with Warwick, for example, laying off 4 high school history teachers. So I'm certainly not talking about net jobs. I'm talking about just the number of positions that were open. And so Warwick Schools was absolutely not alone in feeling that fiscal cliff when the stimulus funds ran out. And so with the American Recovery Act funds that we're going to have for this coming fiscal year and the one after, I believe, I'm concerned that we don't want to see ourselves in a position of a structural deficit such that Warwick Schools comes to us, the council, asking for X million dollars to make up for funds that are lost in that we just don't have, and then the city council can't give money that we don't have, and then we see something on that type of scale that we were seeing just 10 years ago. So, and before getting to that one, I'll throw in the second question as well. I understand the request for an additional $500,000, and a little background on that as well. I think this all ties back to, in large part, to making sure that we have the programs to offer so that students are not choosing to go to other schools for, the better zip code, so to speak, or, the shinier new building or the like. It's important that we give students the resources that are needed to make sure that we're comparing well to our neighbors. I remember that there were programs back when I was in elementary school, middle school, ALAP, EOP, excellent programs. It's my understanding that we no longer have ALAP or EOP, for instance. And perhaps other school systems do. And when they have a newer building, they have these programs that we don't offer. Well, we're seeing $6 million go out the door because students are choosing other school systems, even though they're further away. So I suppose that my two questions, both in relation to the additional $500,000 request, is how is this $500,000 going to be used to provide programs to students so that we do something about these students who are choosing different programs over what Warwick has to offer? And also, how may this make a difference in terms of preparing Warwick schools so that we don't run into a fiscal cliff in a couple of years?
Okay, thank you very much. Those are great questions. Let me just give a brief overview, and then I'll turn the microphone over to my colleague, Assistant Superintendent Bill McCaffrey. So first of all, where are Warwick schools going, you asked? So I love that question, and I think I just need to be perfectly clear for everybody who's listening. It is the commitment of Superintendent Danbrook, myself, and Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey to make 02, 8, 8, 6, 7, 8, and 9, et cetera, the desirable zip codes in the state, right? So that's where we know it's a tough road to hoe, but we need to turn it around, and we're committed to doing that. It's going to be a long process. We are looking at American Rescue, the American Rescue Plan funds as to help with that, but for non-recurring, one-time only uses. So we are, again, I need to be perfectly clear. We are not planning to use those funds for recurring expenses that would then lead to a structural deficit. We are looking for, we are budgeting to use those funds for one-time only, non-recurring expenses to help us close the technology, curriculum, et cetera, those gaps that I discussed sooner. And then as far as how will the $500,000 be used, let me pass the microphone over to my colleague.
President McAllister, members of the City Council, Councilman Ricks. $500,000 is essential in supporting the emerging pathways at our high schools, strengthening our middle level exploratory and project-based learning offerings, and strengthening for career and technical education programs. Also, we need to do a better job promoting what we have within our district and beyond. First, we would fund 6 emerging pathways at our high schools at a cost of $120,000. There would be 4 programs at Pilgrim High School: robotics, performing arts, biomedical, and computer science, and 2 programs at Tollgate High School: biomedical and computer science. The goal would be to have all 6 programs receive CTE program approval in the 21-22 school year. Please note, in the 2021 school year, the Rhode Island Department of Education placed a moratorium on approving new programs. Second, we would fund 16 exploratory and 8 project-based learning programs at a cost of $240,000 at the middle level, at Winman, and at Warwick Veterans Middle School. The goal would be to improve our real-world applications within our schools. Also, when appropriate, we would have our middle-level offerings aligned with our secondary pathways and CTE programs. Please note, all students at the middle level participate in exploratories and project-based learning offerings. The third, we would fund 4 career and technical programs at a cost of $100,000. The 4 CTE programs are electronics, business and marketing academy, marine trades and welding, and electricity. The remaining $40,000 would be utilized to promote secondary offerings in our schools, in our community, and outside our community. Currently, we have 15 state-approved CTE programs. We need to increase the number of approved programs at Pilgrim High School, Tollgate High School, and the Career Center in order to meet the needs of students in Warwick. Although $500,000 is a significant amount of funds, it represents 0.4% in the school committee recommended budget. I would also add that the investment of $500,000 would help reduce tuitions that would be paid to other communities by strengthening our existing programs. Based on my informal research, biomedical, computer science, Academy of Business and Marketing are highly desirable by our students within Warwick, and it would be to our benefit to support these programs. President McAllister and members of the council, I appreciate your time and consideration this evening on the school department budget.
Thank you very much. Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President McAllister. Thanks, Mr. Baxter, Superintendent Thornton and Danbrook, Mr. McCaffrey. So I have just one line item question, and then I'll have another general. The one that I didn't get a chance to ask you when we met previously, 53417 account code, contracted nursing services. This is one that had been funded at a fairly high level in the past and then is out. So that's the one that jumped out to me. I'm just wondering if you could clarify that. It's 0 in 22.
Yes, Councilman. Dr. Conley, our Director of Special Services, will be answering that question for you.
Hi, Dr. Conley.
Hi, good afternoon. The contracted nursing services are for students we have in the district that have significant health needs. Some of them have feeding tubes, some of them have respiratory issues, seizures. So we contract out through several agencies to provide in-school nursing services for those students.
Okay, and that one in the 2022 budget has $0 associated with it. So it was formerly, around 500 to 600,000. So where did that go?
We did not provide those services during the COVID pandemic when students were not attending school. We're anticipating that some, maybe not all of those students will be returning next school year. As I said, they have significant health considerations that families take into consideration. So we're not certain how many of them will be returning, but if they do, we're obligated to provide those services.
Okay, so just back to the question, in the 2022 budget, there are $0 allocated to that line item from what I can see. So if we are going to need to provide them, where will that be funded?
Councilman Gephardt, the funds for the nurses' services lives in the ESSER funding.
Okay, got it. All right, so that's shifted out of that ops line to the funding. Okay, all right, great. Thank you for that one. The last would be just to add on to what Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Ricks mentioned, and thank you, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey, for the description of the programs. Those all sound very exciting, innovative, and something that would attract students to want to come to Warwick or to stay in Warwick. What I would just say is, and we spoke about this when we met previously, is, 25 students. If we're able to get 25 students back into the district, we've made up that $500,000 gap there. And given this past year where everyone was displaced, I would urge you to just simplify. And I know you're going to go into your strategic planning and you're going to look big picture, but what can be done to identify students who may be willing to enter back into the system, and you could put money back into the coffers to invest into driving those programs forward. If we can't use what we already have, which are attractive and worthwhile programs, if we can't attract enough students to those, what makes us think that these new programs that we're going to be able to execute on them better than we have in the past? So what my urge would be to just keep it simple, and make sure that we're promoting those programs, that we're soliciting students to who are either outside of the district currently to come back to those programs. I'll just give an example. I had never heard of the network security pathways program, which we already have. Fantastic program. Mayor Picozzi put it on his Facebook page. I watched the video. It's very compelling. Someone could walk out of a program like that and into a career that sets them up for the rest of their lives. And so I just, let's make sure that the good work that we are already doing is broadcast out there for everyone to see. And let's try to, slow that curve, bring some of those students back into the community. There's so much value in being in a school in your community. And I think we all learned that last year, the pandemic, where neighborhoods made all the difference, where your neighbors and your friends that were close to you when you couldn't go anywhere. So all those reasons, I would just say, let's double down on what we already have. Let's get some more kids back into the system, and that will fund the next investment into the next round of programs. So I'll just leave it at that. You all are very capable and very professional and know what to do here. But I just wanted to make those comments, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Superintendent and budget officials, I'd list one simple question. Back in May 29th of 2019, I sent an email and I asked how much of your budget is due to unfunded mandates. I asked the same question in 2020, and I did receive a partial reply that said we are 45th in the nation for aid in education. I'm still asking, and I would like to know a percentage of your entire budget. What is the cost of unfunded mandates that we have on a burden? Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I think while this sounds like a very basic question, that's extremely complicated to answer. I would point the council to the basic education plan called the BEP. That's essentially a roadmap that was redone in 2009. In the 1990s, it was around yay thick, and now it came down to about maybe a couple chapters. But everything that we do essentially is a mandate. We have to offer a fine arts experience, physical education, English, math. So to me, it'd be very hard to, parse out what is not a mandate. Public school is mandated in everything we do. I mean, I'm sure there are some things if we were to take that 6%, if you will, but the BEP basically guides what we do. I know if I can recall back to last year, I believe I gave the council a 1.5-page list of 10 things. I think it was 10 things I thought were mandates. Things like transportation in Rhode Island is a mandate, right? Special education regulations are mandates, but not to give you a runaround answer, but I believe I'd stand by the document I gave you of those 10 or so things I gave you in the BEP really is, what we have to do. I know in the future, we could certainly sit with you with the BEP. It's much simpler and you could actually, we could take you through it as far as, what's in there. Guidance is in there. Like it's, everything we do is pretty much BEP driven. That's my quick response.
And then, go ahead.
Councilman Howe, just to add one more example. So by the year 2023, all our curriculum and resources have to be what they call green, which has to be the best. So we have a private company, Ed Reports, that reviews all curriculum and resources. And currently we do have some red and yellow resources. So we are purchasing green. We purchased green math for elementary and I believe middle school. K-12. K-12. And this year, Director Amelot is also purchasing a new ELA green curriculum for secondary. That's just another example of unfunded mandates.
And so if I may, the out of the $174 million that make up our unrestricted local budget, not all of those funds either directly or indirectly tied to the BEP and the support of the BEP. So you could say, I would say that 100% of this budget supports an unfunded mandate, whether it's transportation, out-of-district tuitions, contractual requirements, textbooks, and so on and so forth. 100%.
Mr. Baxter, if I may, and I apologize, but there's one area, if we want to discuss unfunded mandates, you can go back to the federal government from when they passed the IDEA legislation for special education. The federal government has never fully funded that, and the state has never fully funded the categorical special ed either. And that all falls onto the districts, and that's expensive services to deliver. So putting a price tag on it, I wouldn't know how you do it, but it is a significant burden borne by every district.
Well, I thank you all. I think those are all great examples. I was kind of looking for a percentage, but I think you all hit the nail on the head that, the burden falls, and I do believe in the constitutional right of an education. But I also realize that there are laws and restrictions and different mandates written that we have to follow through on and follow from the federal and the state level. And it's the burden. And I think that school committee member Testa said it perfectly. The burden is ours to bear. Thank you all very much for the answers. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Councilman Foley.
Good evening. Thank you for appearing today. I have a question, and it goes to the sending the students out of district for different career tech programs that are substantially or somewhat different. You said there's legislation pending at the state level that will clean that up, that will take out that substantially the same, so that it makes it harder for a student to choose to go to Coventry for the auto career because it's slightly different than the one offered at Tollgate. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
That is correct. We're, I believe, in year 2 or year 3 of trying to get this through. I think at this point it is being, I believe, heard tomorrow. The phrasing is substantially similar. A quick example. If memory serves, North Kingstown, we have around 39 students that go to NK for a business pathway. That's 3 or 4 courses for business over the course of 4 years. We have that program in Warwick, but we send 39 students, times a certain dollar, and it's not the full 22, Rob, but it's a big number. And that's something we can now, next January, if it passes, no longer, have that happen to us. But we have Jacqueline Wall School in, in the city, and students want to go there for, say, dance. If we don't have that, we would still pay that dance tuition, if you will, but not for a business pathway, which we have. Auto shop, we have that in Warwick. I wouldn't pay that anymore for Coventry. We have a couple now, cosmetology, we're paying to go elsewhere. We have that program, wouldn't pay that either. And the phrasing substantially similar is something we like because nothing is ever a duplicate, as we've learned from talking to our attorneys. So we believe that phrase kind of captures the essence of what we're trying to do.
Well, just as a follow-up, my experience, I'm a retired teacher. I taught for 30 years, the last 30 years of my career at Davies Career Tech. And when this came in, I was at the State House fighting it. My question, I guess, to you is, how confident do you feel that this will pass to make it so that there's not that little loophole, or, as long as there's a slight difference, we're not going to keep sending students to another district? Are you confident, somewhat confident? I know with the legislature, you never know what's going to happen, but just your professional opinions on that.
Having been in the State House a lot over my years, I am very, very confident on this one. We've had a lot of meetings with our delegation from Warwick, and I'm very, very confident.
I'm sorry, Council President, one last follow-up. So if that were to pass, that change, what do you feel would be the economic benefit to your budget?
I think in the short run, nothing immediately right now. If the current students in the program, say they're sophomores, they get to finish, but we wouldn't be signing any more of those forms next year to process new students next year. So FY23 and thereabouts, you would see that start to go down now. You wouldn't keep bleeding out the same rate you're bleeding right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Foley. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple, the questions I have is with transportation, and I know Mr. Baxter can refer to that. I see that we're going to be doing fewer buses, shorter routes, and the longer walks for the kids. Now, I'm assuming, I know because of the decline in students, that is probably the reason why we have to do that. But how much are we saving by doing that?
Yeah, certainly. That's a very good question, Councilwoman. So what we've got there is essentially projected $500,000 in savings. Again, as was said, I think by Councilman Sinapi in his earlier comments, I tend to be very conservative. I like to under promise and over deliver. And our transportation staff will be working over the summer to model the new routes and to determine how many buses we'll need for the next school year. So when we pulled together this budget in February and March, we weren't exactly sure where we ended up. So we've budgeted $500,000. And again, I believe that's a very, very safe assumption. Just to go back, the when we say students will be walking further, I just for the sake of the public who's listening, in the past, we have gradually transitioned to a model that I would call premier or door-to-door service. And that has resulted in, the reality that we run a lot of buses at much less than capacity. And so what we're doing is looking at how do we adopt some of the original or older practices of not too long ago, where we run our buses in shorter routes, but at fuller capacity. And again, it's just being more creative and eliminating the bottlenecks with the resources that we have.
So is the biggest challenge the high schools and middle schools, or is it elementary?
Oh, that's a very good question. It's the number one challenge, and the one that really determines how many buses we need is for middle schools, because middle schools are in the middle, if you will, of the drop off or pickup day. So where the high school are at we drop off around 7:20, and also high schoolers tend to have other rides of transportation. They'll either drive themselves or carpool or whatever. Middle schoolers obviously don't do that, and there are a lot of them. So we've got about 1,200 students, for instance, at vets that all need to be dropped off around 8 o'clock. And so we in the past, we've required a large number of buses in a very short period of time. And so what we're looking at is how do we spread that out a little bit and again, make those routes shorter with more kids on them so we can use fewer buses.
Thank you. I do want to agree with a lot of my colleagues who were speaking before about the loss of the students, or how many students we've lost. The 22,260, I think, per pupil, where the average for the state is saying in the book that it was only 18,000 on the average, which makes Warwick, I believe it said, we're the 5th highest one in the local area per student. So that's a big concern, that I have. The out of district kids going to the that's always been a problem. I've been through a lot of school budgets. I remember when the teachers went to jail. I remember being threatened that we were going to cut this, cut that. This has been a great school budget so far. I don't agree with the 500,000, but it's good to see something being done and working together, and that's important. It is aggravating to see 94% of the budget where it's fixed income on transportation, out of district, the fixed courses, that remaining 6% for so many other things. And it's sad when you think that the budget of 174 million is going to be basically brought down to 6% to do the remaining, books and all the other maintenance and computers and a lot of the other stuff that we need. So that's another big concern. And I just, I agree with a lot of my colleagues. I hope that passes on the legislation, that the kids that are here are going to be taking the courses that we have here, because we got a great school system. They got some great programs, and I hope that can pass so we can use that here. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman McElroy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have a question about the students leaving the district. What is the percentage of students, of the school students leaving the district relative to the population? And how does that compare to the other districts? What is their percentage of their population who leave the district for education purposes?
If I may, I just want to clarify the question. You're saying, how does our student enrollment decline compared to the change in the population of the city? Is that what you're asking?
No, not really the population. What is our total student population? What percentage of that population leaves the district district goes other districts' education versus is it
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
10% the students go to the district,
We can't hear him, Mr. President.
and I would like that, how does that compare with a transfer of funds? What percentage of their students go out of district? I basically want to know if every school district in the state has 10% of their students leave district, that gives you one answer about what's going on. If we're losing rapidly. Do you understand what I'm asking now?
Yes, you're asking if, and I'm just asking to confirm, you're asking if we have above average students going to out of district education alternatives.
Yes,
And-
as the percentage of our student population.
Correct. I don't have an exact percentage for you right now. I can get that for you. I do know that well, I don't even want to say that. So I would have to get you that number, Councilman.
Thank you very much. Thank the President.
Thank you very much. Councilman Sinapi.
Helps to unmute. Just a quick point for those who don't know, because while the school, we've been losing people, there's also been significant improvements that have been happening over just the past few years with HVAC and all the elementaries going in or in already, with middle schools getting substantial upgrades, and now with the high schools slated, if all goes well, to get substantial upgrades. So while we have been having a decline, inevitably we should be seeing a turnaround in the near future, whether it be this year coming up or the year after. And unfortunately, it does take significant investment to do that, especially after we had such a long run where the school department was being maintained at best with the funds, as opposed to actually being enhanced or fixed when needed. So please keep that in mind, especially with the budget as it stands. And you can see the difference between this year and last year for those who were on the council prior. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. So keep that in mind.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, are there any members of the school committee that would like to say anything before we open it up to members of the public? And I want to thank the members of the school committee for joining us this evening.
Yes, thank you, President McAllister. I would like to speak on behalf of the school committee. I want to especially stress upon the need for that $500,000. I think Mr. McCaffrey did a great job explaining the benefits of what that money would do for us. We talk about the loss of students. I actually toured North Kingstown and went there to see what shiny bells and whistles they have. And they got a little bit more shiny bells and whistles than we have. Nothing extraordinary, but they did redo their fields and they did redo the insides of their schools. And they got some really, cool ideas going on where they have like a whole greenhouse thing that they work on. And, they have air conditioning. And so you can see why with one change of we were discussing in a program with one change of one class, and we lose all these kids and they're going there because they're getting a little bit more bells and whistles, which we are all obviously trying to aim for. And I think with the $500,000, we can actually improve what we have. We can market it better, and it can be used in such a great way that we normally don't have that. Normally, we're asking for $11 million, $7 million. We're always deep in the hole. And I feel by asking for $500,000 to put towards our kids' programs to entice them to stay and to bring more in, I think it's a win-win for all of us. And as it was pointed out, if we only get a handful back, 25 kids, it pays that right off. And I too have been following the bill that's going on at the State House, and it does look like it's going to go hopefully in our favor. And that will be a a huge win for all the districts that are losing kids to a little bit of those extra bells and whistles that each district might not offer and others do. So I would hope that you could all consider that. I'd appreciate your consideration and your vote for that. I also want to thank you for listening to us and asking some great questions. Some of it is a little bit like the special education part of it. I think until you actually see it and observe it, you don't, it's tough to get a handle on what some children really need on a medical level and on an educational level that other districts might have more. They have programs. So we're not the only district that we do have to send kids to for these very, very intricate programs for them. I just want to stress that because that is the other big percentage of where we're losing kids, but that is not, I don't look at that as bells and whistles. I look at that as putting a population of students in programs where they can get the maximum education and the best treatment that they can get. So thank you very much for your time tonight, and I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll go to Councilman Lattiser and then we'll open it up for the public. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just a simple question. So I've heard several people say, if we implement these other programs for $500,000, all we have to do is bring in 25 kids and it's going to make up for the $500,000. So if that is an accurate statement, why doesn't the same thing occur when we drop off 400 kids? We drop off 400 kids at 22,000 per student. How doesn't that equate to a savings of 8.8 million? You know, I don't understand how some of this math is being put together. We say, bring back 25 kids and it's going to pay off the $500,000. Then my question is, why don't we save over 8 million when we dropped off 400 kids? And nobody seems to have that answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, we'll open it up. If you are a member of the public and would like to speak on the schools that is before us at this time, please raise your hand and the administrator will let you in for the call. So it looks like we have one person. We can unmute them and please identify yourself for the record.
Hi, Mr. President. My name is Robert Cushman. I'm a former Warwick City Councilman, former chairman of the Warwick School Committee. I'm listening to some of the budget, responses from the school department and from the school department people. One of my concerns is that, we're talking about, forcing kids to come back into the district, but we're not talking about, performance. And, I would think that if you looked at a degree from Harvard Business Law School, and let's just say Rhode Island College had a business degree, you would probably look at the Harvard Business Law School degree, more apropos than the Rhode Island College. And the reason I'm saying this is that I don't think it's a good idea just to force kids to come back into a district until you take a look at the performance in the district. And, for a perfect example, I'm not sure if anybody on this call looked at the recent U.S. News reports. They ranked 17,800 high schools in the country. Pilgrim High School came in at 9,586. Tollgate was even worse than that. It came in at 11,580. Now, when we look at one of our neighboring schools, East Greenwich, their high school came in at 551. That's a huge difference. And when we're talking about programs and services, maybe between the schools, we can't just basically be saying that we just want to jam kids back into one school system in the state when we don't look at the performance and what's going on in that school district. One of the questions I guess I have for the administration, I looked at my old alma mater, Cranston East, which is very comparable to what's going on between Warwick, Pilgrim High School. And I looked at their rating and they're pretty close to what Pilgrim is rated. They're at 9,758, Pilgrim's at 9,586. Their minority population is 64% of the school, and 57% are an economically disadvantaged rating. Now, when we look at Pilgrim High School, 18% minority, 27% economically disadvantaged. Why is it that the Cranston school system is basically performing at the same level in Cranston East to Pilgrim, but we are spending thousands and thousands, even millions of dollars more in the Pilgrim system? Can someone answer that?
Hi, Mr. Cushman. This is Lynn Danbrook speaking. So right now we do need to reinvent and re-energize all our schools, but Pilgrim is one of them. We're looking at new programs, new curriculum, new ways to teach students, to provide them with personalized learning, to make learning more exciting for them, have more student choice, more student voice. So we do have some work to do. We have a NESDEC report that has outlined the work that needs to be done. And Director McCaffrey, I don't know if you want to speak to that more.
Councilman Cushman, Bob, I'd just like to say today is a new day. We have a new administration. We're rolling up our sleeves. We will be working hard to make sure Warwick schools are great, and that will be our goal. I appreciate your focus on the schools, on the city finances, and we will take your information and we will be focusing on moving our schools forward. I would say Cranston's request for their budget this year is getting closer to where Warwick is. I believe they're in the $170-ish million range, so they are closing the gap on their costs. But I would say, appreciate your comments. We will be working harder, and we will be moving the Warwick schools forward. Thank you.
Mr. President, am I still on?
Yes, you are. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a few other questions too. So I wanted to get into the process of where the $500,000 request came from. As someone who participated in multiple school budgets when I was on the school committee and I was the chairman, I don't understand why all of a sudden at the last minute after the superintendent's budget was submitted, we're getting a $500,000 request for new positions. Is this something that's being driven by the school committee? And I understand also it was a 3-2 vote. Or is this something that's being driven by the administration? That's my first question.
So I'll go first. Yeah, I'll go first. So thanks. Thank you, Mr. Cushman. So this is Rob Baxter. So I just wanted to take your question and address 2 points. So as in the mayor's opening comments, yeah, I do own the fact that we originally requested level funding. However, during our subsequent process, which you're aware of, where we, where we go through from the superintendent's recommended budget to the school committee recommended budget, there's additional discussion, and I think it was a good discussion that we should look at these additional programs to strengthen our curriculum and again try to address the enrollment problem. So again, I'll turn it over to the chair, Cobden, if she's got any additional comments. But this was, I think, a not a contested decision, but I think an opportunity. I would look at it as in order to again build on what we already have planned for next year.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cushman. This is Chairwoman Judy Cobden. Mr. Baxter pretty much said what happened. We basically were handed the superintendent's budget proposed budget, and it was saying we weren't asking for any other money. That was the first that myself and most of my colleagues, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but myself heard of that. I was not in any of the meetings with the city to discuss this, and I quite honestly felt like we need money to put into our programs and to basically, we have to build on things. You can't just build a house and not keep adding to it and doing things to it. And that's the way I look at it. We have programs that we can develop that will become mastery compared to why we're losing kids because of one program to another school district. And I think that we need to put the effort into looking at the population decline as far as children going elsewhere for very similar programs, and some of them were off by one class or very similar. And I just didn't feel, personally, I did not feel it was right that we didn't try to ask for some additional funds to help us with these classes and building more and coming up with new pathways. But first of all, maintaining and building up what we already have. I felt like we owe that to our students. We owe that to this district. I feel like our schools need to be worked up. If we constantly don't have any money to do this stuff with, I just looked at it as an opportunity where $500,000 could actually go pretty far. And as Ms. McCaffrey spoke, it can go far. And we can do a lot of things, and we never have the money to do that for. So that is where that came from. It was, as I said, it was the superintendent's proposed budget, and the school committee discussed it, and it was a 3-2 vote.
So, you know, like I said, as a former chairperson, I know when we made requests to the administration, we made sure they had a proper time to plan to do what they needed to get programs in place. You know, being that you just said it was a 3-2 vote, why wasn't the school committee unanimous with this recommendation?
Well, if I remember correctly, it was the two members didn't feel it was correct to ask for more money. I just disagreed. I think we needed to ask for it, and I think the opportunity was there. I have been on the committee for 2.5 years, but I've been going to school to budget meetings at City Hall for about 5 years, and I've seen the massive amounts of money that we always ask for, and we weren't going to ask for anything. And I felt $500,000 could work to benefit our district and the kids' programs, and I presented it. Like I said, I did not know that we weren't going to ask for any money until it was presented to me.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, can I go on with a few other questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, my observation is I don't think that the city council should give the additional $500,000. You know, you have a 3-2 school committee vote. Obviously, there's 2 members that don't agree with this. If it was something that the administration really wanted, it would have been included in the budget. And I think you got to look at who are the experts in the school department. It's the superintendent and it's the staff. They work day in and day out. They're the experts. They did not request this, and I don't think the city council should approve it. So going on to my next set of questions, I've always had a concern that the superintendent has had one hand tied behind his back over the last few years because of the actions that the school committee has taken. And I did an analysis of the school budget back from 2016, looking at, you know, where has the new monies gone in the budget over the last 4 to 5 years. And I looked from 2018 to 2021, where there was a total of about $8.5 million in new money. Now, when I looked at the new money, I wanted to see, well, where was it allocated to? And I know Mr. Baxter talked about, you know, active employee costs, you know, benefits, fringe benefits and things like that. And that's what I looked at in my analysis. And when I did the analysis, I looked at about $12.6 million went to active employee expenses, salaries, benefits. So keep in mind, you know, there's only $8.5 million in new money. We actually cut almost $5 million from everything else in the budget to be able to afford that kind of spending. And So, I'm hearing from the administration that this is something new. We have a new way of looking at things. We're turning the corner. We're doing something different. And I hear the administration is being really genuine. But how are we going to guarantee that what the administration wants to do in terms of the spending and turning the schools around to draw kids back in and set new priorities, if we're getting the kind of spending that I just outlined over the last 4 to 5 years, where most of the money, actually over 100% of the new money has gone towards salary and benefits. So, the superintendent's got a budget right now, and I'm looking at the 2022 budget where, you're cutting almost $4 million in salary and benefit costs and another $1 million in retirement costs. That's great. That's great on paper. And you're putting a lot of it towards, other spending. I know a lot of it's going towards the busing. But so I guess my question to the administration and then to the school committee is, can you guarantee that you're going to be on board for this new way of thinking? That's number one. And number two, I read the report from the superintendent. I've never read a more honest report about how things need to change in the district, or we're going to have state intervention coming in. I want to make sure, I want to know, are we all on the same team? And are you going to guarantee, is the school committee going to guarantee that there's going to be monies that are going to be basically taking away, subtracting from active employee benefits, salaries, and going towards these other programs?
Mr. Cushman, it's Lynn Danbrook. So the directors, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey and myself, we are committed to re-energize the school system and make students excited and parents excited to be part of the Warwick school system. So we'll be adding new programs, and I look for the school committee to support that. They do support our work. We'll be adding new teaching and learning happening at all levels, innovative practices. So I'm looking forward to the school committee agreeing and supporting that, supporting new curriculum, new resources. So I do look forward to the committee, and Ms. Cobden, if you wanted to comment on that.
Yes, as we all know, we just voted, it was a 5-0 vote to put Ms. D'Ambrook in as the superintendent and Mr. McCaffrey as the assistant superintendent. And we did that, and I refer to them as my dream team. I only can speak for myself, not for the rest of my committee members, but I am truly have faith in their ideas and their energy and what they bring to the table and the thinking outside the box and knowing the city better than we could get anywhere else. They know the city. They've both been employed by the city and lived in the city. As far as Mr. McCaffrey goes, their whole life. So I have complete faith, and I already am enjoying working with them. And like I said, I can only speak for myself, but I am fully on board to what they're proposing, and the energy that they're bringing is fabulous. And I think we can turn this around.
Do you think spending $12.5 million on active employee expenses over the last 4 years was a prudent approach to take, and then cutting all other areas of the budget? Would you see under your leadership that changing?
Mr. Cushman, I'm going to refer to right now. I haven't been on the committee that long, but I have watched the contracts. The last contract that was done before me, they got 1.5% retro pay, and then they got a 3% raise, a 3% raise, and a 3% raise. We were able to acquire much better than that for this district in the last negotiations, and my team worked very hard with me to come up with the figures, and I have to give much credit to the Warwick Teachers Union to battle it out and keep it out of court. And I'm very happy, and I think the rest of my team is happy for what we settled on.
So speaking of the contract negotiations, how many negotiation sessions did you have as chairwoman?
I was left with just a couple of issues. when Ms. Bacchus was chair, the whole educational piece and other pieces were already done, and I trusted her work, and that wasn't a problem. I had left was the healthcare and the raises, which is obviously a huge financial part of it. I had many meetings, and I think Mr. Baxter can go through the numbers with you as he has them right in front of him, and he's waving to me. And I had many meetings. Some went good, some went bad, some were indifferent. But we were able to get through it. And I think without going to court, this was the best way to do it. And at this point in time, the way coming off a pandemic is not the time to go to court, especially with the new superintendent, assistant superintendent, and basically kids and parents in this community has been completely beat up through this pandemic. And we need to start fresh in September with everybody giving 150%. And I had to think of the whole picture when I was negotiating those two issues.
Can I ask you, just before Mr. Baxter jumps in, can I ask you, during all of these sessions, was the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, your legal counsel, the finance counsel, human resource person? When I was on the school committee, I also was in part of negotiations, and at all times, every single session, we had the full complement of the administration and all the support staff at every single one of those sessions. Is that true with the sessions that you held with the Warwick Teachers Union?
As far as my two sessions go, they were strictly financial and legal, and I did have Mr. Baxter and Mr. Hennius on the phone with me. They knew when my meetings were. They did not come in person. They were hands-on right there. And it was like they were in the room.
Was the new superintendent and was Mr. Thornton the previous superintendent and the new
I was not privy to some of the meetings earlier, but I did attend one meeting, and I do know that Superintendent DeAmbrook and Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey were in a meeting when they were going through educational pieces.
Well, how about the salary and benefits?
Thank you very much, Mr. Cushman. We're going to move on. Do you have any additional questions?
Yeah, I do. I do have additional. I mean,
you have one additional question, please. Thank you.
Can I get that question answered as to if the chairwoman of the basically said she has all the confidence in a new superintendent. I want to know, was the new superintendent in those negotiation sessions for those contract benefits, for salary and benefits? Was she in those sessions?
No, she wasn't.
Why not?
Because it wasn't necessary. I needed my Mr. Baxter and I needed our lawyer. We were in complete contact with each other during the negotiations. And at that time, neither one of them were, it was done before they were even voted in.
All right, let me move on. I just want to make a comment. That is shocking to me. The person that's supposed to lead the entire school department had no say in salary and benefits that make up a majority of the cost. That's shocking. So let me go on to action.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cushman. We're going to move on to the next
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I had one other question on benefits. I had one other question. Can I ask that question?
I'm going to move on. We need to let additional.
It's about the co-pays. It's very important.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cushman. If we could unmute the next speaker.
Hi, my name is Darylyn Gorton. Lifelong resident of Warwick, except for a couple of minor hiatuses, and also, full disclaimer, a Warwick educator. I know there's been a lot of concern about different things in the budget, especially in regards to salary and benefits. I do want to make the point to everyone that due to the changes at the state level regarding when teachers can retire, I started very late in my career at an older age. And right now I am slated to work an additional 2 or 3 years beyond the original time that I had expected to retire. So that means that's 2 or 3 years that the district has to pay a teacher at top step. Before, you would have attrition where teachers would retire, you'd have new people come in. And with that format, that allowed the district to keep those labor costs much lower than we are able to now. As somebody who's been in the district for over 20 years, as somebody who has put 2 of my 3 children through the Warwick schools, I can tell you that there is a definite feel to this school committee and this new administration. They definitely want to improve the system itself. And I think that it was brave of them, knowing the history of the finances, that they were able to ask for that extra $500,000 to try and get more students to come back to Warwick. I believe personally a big portion of the reason students are moving out of district has been the animosity in the city. We have not funded our schools properly over 10 years, 10, 15 years. And I applaud that they're taking a holistic approach and a team approach to working things out and who needs to be there. So I just want to say that I am very pleased with the overall budget, the process, and as a teacher for the first time in a very long time, I think that if you support the school administration, that you will see something positive come out of it, and we will see students come back. My own grandson right now is enrolled in private school, and it's because of the concerns over whether or not, what school he'll be going to, what the consistency is, will there be programs offered? So I think the administration is definitely moving in the right direction. I think we need to stop looking backwards and start looking forwards. And I think we have to have faith in order to do that. So I thank everybody for their questions and for their service and their dedication to our city.
Thank you very much, ma'am. If we can unlock the next speaker, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Roger Duran. And let me just be brief before I ask my questions. I'd like to personally offer my condolences to the Solomon family. I've heard people tonight bandy about how many council meetings, budget meetings they've attended. I'm probably going on 13. And my first meeting was when Joe Solomon was council president, his first time. And I always remembered how insightful he was and how concerned he was for the city. So I'd like to offer my personal condolences to Cindy, as well as Joe Jr. for the fine job Joe Sr. did on the city council. Having said that, is the gentleman's name Rob? Is he the gentleman who's been giving us the information, the budget chief or whatever?
Yes, my name's Rob, or short for Robert Baxter.
Okay, Rob. Rob, you've done a fantastic job. I've enjoyed reading your outline in various publications as well as you gave it tonight. First thing I will say to you, you were talking about the turkey legs. Hasn't come up much tonight. But as you were mentioning that initially, Rob, from a taxpayer standpoint, you said the oven wasn't big enough. Well, as far as I'm concerned, over the last 12 years, the oven's been fantastic for the school department. They just haven't used the money properly. So let me ask a couple questions. First question has to do with healthcare copays. I was reading and banding about how much the copay is going to be this year. Could you explain to me, Rob, how much, number one, do we spend on healthcare for the teachers? And number two, what is their copay?
Yeah, so in the agreement that was recently.
Mr. Baxter, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry about that. How's this?
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for catching that. So in the agreement that was recently signed and made, the copay for next year will be 17% of the actual premium for the teachers, and in the fiscal 23, it will be 18% of the actual of the projected premium in fiscal 23. I'm not sure.
Okay, here's my question. It's really now, this is for the chairperson of the school committee. I think her name is Judy Corpton. The question I want to ask is, and I heard Mrs. Sinapi talk about some of the meetings that he's attended in the past. I happened to attend a meeting 2 years ago. Karen Backus was school committee chairman at the time. She was talking about the contract they were going to sign, the contract right now. And Karen Backus had said at that time, going forward with the new contract, which was just signed, we cannot afford to give the teachers any raises for the 3 years. We can't afford it. And we have to, at minimum, raise the copay for healthcare to 20%. I got to be candid with you. I was flabbergasted. Never expected that statement from Miss Backus. I asked her to repeat it. Now, by the way, Mrs. Sinapi was there. I think the gentleman's name is Kyle Adams, who's on the school committee. He was there. So the superintendent who was leaving was there. She repeated it. So my question to Judy is, why did Miss Backus have that observation looking over the numbers, and yet you didn't follow her lead and you did grant raises? Can you explain that to me?
I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Baxter. He has the numbers and he was my chief advisor on all of this, and he will explain it to you.
Yeah, but you have the ultimate, excuse me, you have the ultimate, Judy, you have the ultimate say on it. You vote on the contract. Mr. Baxter might give you some information. You vote on it. And I understand two of the...
Excuse me, sir. I was just asked if I was consulting with my people, and I went fully with Mr. Baxter's numbers. And eventually we got down to go to court, mediation, arbitration, or go with our numbers. And the teacher, hold on.
Okay.
Teachers union agreed to use our numbers that Mr. Baxter compiled. I was also told it was financially sound to do what we were doing.
Yeah, but here's what I don't
didn't make any
understand.
frivolous, this is what we're doing and I don't care kind of remarks that I feel that this is going towards. I was completely under advised.
I never said, please don't misinterpret what I said.
We're coming off a
characterize what I
pandemic. We're
said.
coming off a pandemic, sir. Okay.
I
We're coming
understand
off
that.
Right.
Did you listen? Excuse me, ma'am.
Excuse me, guys,
Now let me
excuse
speak.
me. We're gonna, Mr. Durant, please hold. We're gonna have one person speak at a time. I believe that the chairwoman, she gave her answer to this position. If you have another question, please ask that.
No, I just want to make a comment. Let me make a comment to what she just said. She said we're coming off a pandemic. But if I heard correctly what Mayor Picozzi talked about initially in his presentation, he talked about the financial hardship in the city of Warwick for the taxpayers. So there's really two sides to the equation. But let's get back to, what is our copay? 17% this year?
Going to hand
How
out.
much
Hello, Mr. Duran. Yeah.
Yes.
To go back. So our, the amount to be contributed by the Warwick teachers regarding their co-shares for the health insurance will increase by about $630,000 if compared to if there were no change to the contract. So and that's in fiscal 22, and then an additional over $300,000 in the following year. So we're looking at about $1 million increase in co-pays over 2 years.
But what you're suggesting as from this year versus next year, a 1% increase in co-pay for healthcare gets us $300,000. Is that what you understood you to say?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. It's a little bit more, and I'd be happy to send you the additional information, and the financial impact report is posted on our website for that level of detail. But what I am saying is that the additional premiums collected between what would have transpired if there were no change in the contract terms. And next year, based on the rates for fiscal 22 are over $600,000. And then based on the projected rates for fiscal 23, it's an additional $371,000, or like I said, roughly $1 million increase in fiscal 23. The detail probably is too much for this, and but it's posted on our website, and you can see it. You can download and read the fiscal impact statement for the contract.
Just an observation. So in other words, if we increase it 1%, we could just about cover the $500,000. We'll come pretty close to it. Next question. I read in the Beacon that the student ratio in Warwick is 8-to-1 versus 12-to-1 statewide. Can anybody explain to me why?
Again, I'll feel that in basics. It's as we stated in the budget document, our professional staffing was maintained relatively, declined about 5%, as compared to a roughly 13% decline in our enrollment. And so we were not matching our staffing with our enrollment. However, I think it's important to add and to clarify for the public that this administration is attempting to readjust and align our professional staffing with the enrollment for fiscal 22 and get back to our previous staffing ratios.
Now, you mentioned pandemic and all that stuff, not you, but it was mentioned during the conversation. How much money, did we save any money with pandemic, like bus transportation and all that?
No,
because obviously kids weren't going to school. Did we save money because of the pandemic?
Absolutely not. That's a misconception. So pandemic response is actually more expensive. And when you, in terms of additional cleaning protocols, additional staffing, I could go on, and actually there's budget detail in the attachments. If you'd like, we can go into the detail, but no, it's instead of a savings, it actually cost us about $8 million.
Who paid for that? Is that the federal government stimulus?
There are two, or really three programs. There's the COVID Relief Fund, the original ESSER funds. Those were authorized by the government last summer. There was what we were referring to as the ESSER 2 funds that were authorized in December of last year. And yes, they are how we funded those, predominantly those COVID related expenses.
Okay. Well, you got a lot on your plate tonight, so that's my questions for now. I appreciate the comments.
Thank you very much. If we could unmute the next caller, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Darlene Netco, lifelong resident of Warwick, 33 years teaching, 31 in Warwick. Homeowner, taxpayer, voter, president of the Warwick Teachers Union, dedicated to education in this city and dedicated to the city. And I just want to follow up on a comment that the previous caller made, that the oven allegedly has been big enough over the last 12 years. In fact, it has not, because for some reason, our outgoing superintendent and various members of the school committee who have mentioned this in the past have not brought up the fact that 12 years ago, this city, the only city in the state, underfunded our schools by a full 5% below the maintenance of effort, and was the only city not to return that funding. So in effect, The schools have been in a structural deficit since that year, which was 2009, 2010, around that during the recession. Furthermore, there were a number of years that Warwick Public Schools paid the debt service on the bond, paid the interest on the bond that no other city or town in the country would have paid. And a previous member of the school committee mentioned that numerous times in public. So the schools have been operating under a deficit, that full 5% below the maintenance of effort that was never restored. And that's why the last couple of years, the superintendent's recommended budget was $11 million over, $8 million over, that we had problems, we needed money. It's fascinating to me why all of a sudden we have forgotten the fact that the city underfunded the schools. And this is not a knock against anyone currently serving on the city, because I don't think any of you were either on the city council, and we certainly had a different mayor 12 years ago. So I just think that the public needs to remember that the schools have been operating under a deficit. And it is not a deficit that the teachers have caused in any way. And I also question the student population numbers. By my own calculations, we have 400 more students in our schools right now than our school department is reporting. I also want to talk about student ratio, because there was a question about why our student ratio might be off. Well, when we do student ratio, it isn't just classroom teacher to number of students in the classroom. Remember, we have support professionals, we have special ed teachers, librarians, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, school nurse teachers. All of these members go into this ratio. And so maybe we have more special ed teachers or guidance counselors or social workers than other districts might have, or we distribute our personnel differently. But there are a number of factors that go in to the budget and to the staffing and so on. And I'm just tired of the teachers coming as the problem here, because we just came off a year starting in March 2020 when teachers worked harder than they ever worked in their lives. And some of you may not believe it, but teachers work pretty hard. And over the past year, we've had to teach virtually, hybrid, in person. Right now, the secondary schools are full in-person, hybrid, and virtual at the same time. Elementary teachers basically have been teaching 3 different classes all year with what they've had to do. And there was no raise for this year. The day-to-day substitutes are being paid 3 or 4 more times than what they normally would be paid, and yet the teachers did not get any extra pay this year. Last time, you want to know why the outgoing superintendent was not involved in negotiations. Well, back in 2015, he went to one mediation session and then decided he couldn't handle it and went to interest arbitration and cost this district over $500,000 in interest arbitration. And by the way, that arbitrator is the one that awarded those salary increases. So I just wanted to set the record straight and in these regards, and just to say, you have a very dedicated, qualified teaching staff in this district, pre-K through 12 plus, because we have transition programs, plus we have the Career Center, we have the preschool, we have kindergarten through grade 12, and every one of our teachers is dedicated to providing the best education they can to the students in this district, despite the commotion that happens at this city level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Necco. Are there any more members of the public that would like to speak on the schools? Okay, if we can let the next person go.
Hello, my name's Nathan Cornell and I'm Vice Chair of the Warwick School Committee. So the first thing I want to say, I would like to thank the school administration for doing a great job in presenting. I think actually this is probably the best Warwick School Department presentation from administration that I've ever seen. So thank you to all of you. You all did a great job. I also would like to speak in favor of the school department presented budget, including the $500,000 increase. The $500,000 increase, it's not just asking for money. Like, this is money that can be very useful for our programs. I remember as a student, being in a music program. The music program was funded, but we always lacked instruments. We always didn't have enough, and you had the same issues with sports, theater. Like, they might be funded, but they're not sufficiently funded, and therefore then you have to have the teachers have to buy supplies for themselves, and it's just so this $500,000 are needed for schools so they can help those student programs. And right now, after a pandemic, the things these students need is these programs. So all I have to say is I'm in favor of tonight's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we can let the next caller unmute, please.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi, I just had a couple questions. My question is, I don't know if you have it pulled up. Is there a comparable pricing as far as what the, let's say East Greenwich, because I heard that name being tossed around, how their school system is doing well as far as scores is concerned to ours. Is there a budget that we could see that is comparable to theirs? Are we overspending compared to them?
Could you please identify yourself?
My name is John. I live in the city near Commimicut.
John, we do need your last name for the record. The city clerk needs it for the record.
Lugo, L-U-G-O.
Thank you, Mr. Lugo. Mr. Baxter?
Well, yes, thank you very much. So I don't have off the top of my head what the per pupil expense is for East Greenwich. I don't know. No, but I can look into that and get a report back.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking is I've been living in the city for quite some time, and I just haven't seen any good improvement as far as the school system is concerned. Even the council members have been kind of keeping track of as far as meetings is concerned, such as, which I don't understand why Nathaniel Cornell pretty much wanted to just come in and just gloat as to his accomplishments when he doesn't even have a child that goes to the school system. I do. And I just don't feel as though the rights and the voices of the actual parents are being heard into these major decisions. As a taxpayer, I don't want more money being thrown at a school system that is currently not at par with other cities. I think, especially of what I heard from another council member that stated that we lost children because we're not comparable, and yet we're still spending more money. So my concern is, I don't want money to be thrown at a wall and to see what sticks. I want to make sure before we start adding all these new programs, which I'm not aware as to what programs are you planning to, actually, that is a good question. What is the programs you want to start implementing into these schools? Because I hear that being thrown around.
I believe Mr. McCaffrey already addressed that earlier on this evening. He listed off number one of the proposals.
Okay, so my understanding is also someone else brought it up too, is the whole copay. Is that something that is off the table? Is the contract already signed by the teachers union? Medical copay.
Yes, that has been agreed to. I think by both parties.
Okay, so again, it seems like you're giving more money to these teachers at a time where there's a pandemic, people are out of work, it's harder to pay taxes, it's harder to do everything as an actual citizen, and then you want to increase the budget so that way it hurts the citizens themselves.
So-
I want to make sure that the budget that you guys are using right now are being used effectively.
Mr. Lugo, first I have to say I wholeheartedly, and I would even say, as a friend of mine used to say, violently agree with you. And I think that that's one of the commitments that Ms. Danbrook, myself, and Mr. McCaffrey and our teams are with you. And to give you one example, we're going through our buildings and reclaiming instructional space that might have just been lost and put aside. We're just cleaning up the place, so to speak. We're examining our old assumptions and trying to get back on track. So I wholeheartedly agree with you. We are again, we are very concerned about this, to use your term, well, it wasn't your term, but your point or your concern about spending good money after bad. That's not where we're going. We started from a ground up philosophy and are looking at new programs where needed and new solutions where we can to generate more revenue and and optimize the expense dollars that we have. Regarding the recent contract, I think it's extremely reasonable. It's without going into too much detail, but we're looking at a slightly over 1% raises if you average it out over the 3-year term of the contract, plus a significant increase in teacher co-pays. And again, we're trying to get back on a good footing fiscally. It's got a modest fiscal impact. It's got a modest fiscal impact of less than $7.5 million over the 3 years, compared to the previous contract, which was about $27 million. So we're trying to level set and get back into a good footing here. We're readjusting our staffing. We've got, I think, a reasonable contract with the major collective bargaining unit. And most importantly, we're trying to reallocate our funds where they'll have the most impact. Again, like you, Mr. Lugo, I've been in the city. I think, when we used to pay taxes with chickens and goats, for crying out loud, that long, I've been here for a long time, all my life. And, I'm passionate about, and the folks who know me will testify to this. I'm passionate about seeing an improvement in the school system. And I'm not very happy about paying any more taxes than I absolutely have to. So I weigh those concerns as we put this budget together, and I certainly am constantly aware of the concerns of the taxpayers in the city. And I think the school committee, and if you watch some of the school committee meetings, you will have seen that that passion and that concern come through. So I can assure you that we're working to address those concerns. In other words, we're trying to make the most out of the funding that we have and to clean up, if you will, and get back on a firm footing. I don't know if
I appreciate that you telling me these things. It's just that, and I'm sure that you've been getting a lot of information from other citizens in the city, is I feel as though the past year, and I understand this has been a very bad year with COVID, my voice, my child's voice, my wife's voice just hasn't been heard. We wanted her back in school, and I know this is a very divisive topic that we're going into right now. We wanted her to go back to school. We wanted her to stop wearing masks. We wanted certain things. And all we got is, we can't do it. She didn't do well at school. If anything, she did worse off than she did the first couple of years before COVID. And I feel as though the council members who were in charge of the school systems did not listen to the parents, didn't give us a chance. They don't even have kids that go to these schools, and they're making decisions that affect my daughter's future. And I just feel as though the extra millions of dollars being put to the school system that's already failing because they're not listening to the parents, they're only listening to the unions. It's not what I'm looking for. And I understand where you're coming from, and I do think that they do need to get paid what they need to get paid, but I want to make sure that the money's being used efficiently. I appreciate your time. I know you really can't answer all that, but I want you to keep an eye on it.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any more questions from members of the public on the school department? Okay, hearing none, we're going to, Councilman Lattiser, you have your hand up. I'll give you the last word, then we're going to move on to the next department.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We're here tonight, we're discussing the largest portion of our budget, which is the school department budget. It's a $174 million budget, represents 52% of the taxpayers' dollars. And with all due respect, I object to cutting off a member of the public, a taxpayer, from asking the questions that they are entitled to ask. We may not agree with those questions. We might not even like those questions. But at the end of the day, the taxpayers who are paying the bill for our $334 million budget, I believe they have the right to ask the questions that they need to ask without being cut off. So again, with all due respect, I strongly disagree with that practice taking place. I do have a question for Rob. Rob, the healthcare costs how much did the healthcare costs go up for the fiscal year 2022 versus the previous year in dollars and cents?
Well, it's I'll give you both. It's a 4% increase. The total premium for a, give me 1 second. I got that right here. Give me 1 second. Un momento, por favor. Fiscal impact. Here it is. So the total, if you're asking for like a family plan, went up about $1,000.
No, the total cost of the healthcare plan for the school department. How much did it go up for fiscal year 2022 versus 2021?
Gotcha. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Sure. Thank you.
It'll increase about the total premiums paid will increase about $850,000 next year.
For fiscal year 2022. And
over fiscal 2021. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what do you anticipate it increasing for fiscal year 2023?
About $1.3 million in from fiscal 22 to fiscal 23.
So a total of $2.1+ million increase in premiums to the taxpayers in year 2022 fiscal year and in 2023 fiscal year. Correct?
Yeah, I think if I understand you, it's a cumulative impact of about $2.1 million.
Right. And the increase in copay that we spoke about earlier was a total of $971,000. Right. It was $600,000 in 22, $371,000 in 23.
So it's about just a little over $1 million total cumulative. Actually, to your point, no. So to your point, it's $637,000 in the first year,
Right.
plus 1 million, if we're doing a cumulative, pardon me.
Plus 371,000.
No, plus, because to compare, Councilman, right, we want the cumulative number, which is $1,008,000 cumulative in fiscal 23, plus $637,000 in fiscal 22. So the comparable would be $1,645,000 cumulative over the 2 years.
Okay, so now I'm confused because you had said, maybe you were just talking about what the increase would equal. You had said the increase would be 638,000 in year 22 and 371,000 in year 23.
Yes, but compared to the cumulative increase that you asked for in the total premiums, the cumulative increase in the total premiums collected in terms of co-pays is 637,000 in the first year, plus 371,000. Remember, because you are considering if I understand you correctly, you're considering the fiscal impact of the TA, and we are collecting 371 million in addition to the original 637,000 collected in the second year.
You're not collecting 371 million.
I'm sorry, 371,000 plus the original 637,000. You're collecting them both as an increase in the second year. That's
That's
$1,008,000 plus
Right.
the original 600,000 for the first year. So it's a total of about $1.6 million.
I still am confused. So we said in year 22, it's going to increase 1%, and in year 23, it's going to increase 1%. But what I understood was that the increase was going to be 638,000 in the first year and 371,000 in the second year. Rob, the number I'm looking for is only what the additional premium paid in would be for the next 2 fiscal years over the current portion or over the current copay.
Yep, I understand. Yep, so that's why I'm saying, so if we maintain the current copay, which is about, let's say pardon me, I've got it right here. It's about 30. Let me just step back. So at the current copay rate, fiscal 21, okay, that is about 13, a little over 13%. I think it's like 13.3% versus the 17%, which would agreed upon in fiscal 22. So the difference between the 13% and the 17% is $637,000. Agreed? We're good with that, right? Okay.
Right.
Now, if we pay that forward, it'd be about 12%. So if we didn't change it, if we didn't have the TA, we didn't change it, it would be roughly 12% going into fiscal 23. So the difference between the 12% and the 18% is about $1 million. So the $1 million extra in fiscal 23 plus the $637,000 in fiscal 22 is a total of $1.6 million additional premiums collected over the 2 years.
Okay, that's the number I was looking for. So roughly $500,000 less than what the cost of healthcare is actually going up to the taxpayers.
Yes. Yep. Correct. So to your point, the total increase is not borne by the teachers. That's correct. Part of it is borne by the district.
Okay. And lastly, as was asked earlier, I would like to hear from the 2 members of the school committee that voted no on the additional 500,000. I'd like to hear what their reasoning was for voting no on that. Are those 2 members here?
Councilman, with all due respect, I don't think we need to call on people to defend votes that they've taken. They had their time at they were able to express that in their forum. I just don't want to think we want to start putting individuals that take votes and other things on the spot here to defend their vote. They spoke about that. They've already given their position.
Well, Mr. President, again, with all due respect, the individuals that voted in favor for it certainly expressed their reasons and rationale and did very well at why they support it. So what's wrong with hearing from the
Councilman, they had the
people who don't
opportunity to
support it?
speak, just like when Mr. Cornell raised his hand and the chairwoman spoke on behalf. They had their opportunity to speak. So if you have any more questions to the school department on the budget.
No, I have that question. You know, why did those?
Okay,
two
thank you
people
very
vote?
much. Thank you very much, Councilman. Okay, seeing no more questions from the city council. At this time, we will call on Mr. Schaefer, who I believe wanted to say a few words before we start with the next department, which will be the Board of Canvassers.
I'm just going to reiterate most of the things that the mayor went over. And we're really changing gears here a little bit. And what he talked about was his initiatives, recalling city employees who were laid off about a year ago, a new firefighter class to reduce overtime, authority for over $6 million in equipment acquisitions, the signing of a lease, which the council approved last week, for the Sawtooth building to consolidate city services in Apponaug across the street from City Hall. There's an infrastructure pledge from American Rescue Funds to the Sewer Authority and to the Water Department. But the other thing I want to talk about was the unique revenue situation that we had. We're going to be receiving American Rescue Funds of $39 million to be received over 2 years. And we received, I think, $11.8 million at the beginning of the week on Monday. That's the amount that's paid directly from the federal government to the city of Warwick as a CDBG entitlement community. We'll be receiving another portion, hopefully this month, but certainly before the end of our fiscal year, as our share of the county of Kent County. Warwick is about 49% of Kent County, so we'll be receiving almost half of the Kent County share. That will be distributed through the state. So, but if you read the budget message, we're preserving, reserving, deferring much of that $39 million. We'll have $18 million to help us with the following years, fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24. So that while the financial statements show that we'll be drawing down on fund balance in the 22 budget of close to $6 million, nevertheless, we've reserved over $18 million to help us deal with the city budget in the future year, whether it's just part of it could be the school department, but much of it may be other city services. So that's the real theory of the budget. And now I'm happy to respond to any questions, but I'm also ready for you to proceed right away to the next, to the first department, which is Board of Canvassers.
Yes, we will start with the Board of Canvassers, please. And if you could just have the director or whomever just give us the page number in the budget and in the budget and the supplement and the personnel budget as well.
Page number in the budget is 15. The personnel page is 7. We have Dottie McCarthy here, the clerk of the Board of Canvassers. There's a decline of almost 7% because there's no general election next year. Dottie?
The only major expense that we do have this year, fiscal year going forward, is for redistricting, which is done. the second year after census. So it's done every 10 years, and in 2022, the redistricting will have to be completed. And we do have a budget of $80,000 for that, which is in line from 10 years ago also. Other than that, no elections, we hope.
Well, thank you very much, Director. And I also want to thank you. There was a number of new changes and a number of elections that your office did a tremendous job. The in-person voting, the early voting, getting people in, and you guys did an outstanding job. And I just want to thank you for your great work this year.
Thank you,
Any
Council
questions from
President.
members of the council? Councilman Sinapi.
You took my thunder, and Dottie also took my thunder because she's too good at her job. She answered my question about the $80,000 for the redistricting.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the council for the Board of Canvassers? Okay. Any questions from the members of the public on the Board of Canvassers? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to the city clerks.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd just like to add that this is Dottie's last budget hearing. She's retiring this summer. I'd like to publicly thank her for her service to the city all these years. Everyone who's ever run for office in this election in this city has been helped by Dottie tremendously.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dottie. Congratulations on your retirement. And I hope there's many beautiful beach days down in Matunic for you.
There will be, and elections have been my pleasure, but it's time to leave.
Invited to Matunic, right?
What?
We're all invited to Matunic, right?
Yeah, okay. Now I'll have to cook for you, right? I'll study you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up is the city clerk's budget.
So this will be pages 12 in the operating budget, personnel pages 2, 3, and 4. Because we're going to cover city clerk office, the probate court, municipal court. Lynn, Nebraska is here. You'll see significant increases in the clerk's office and probate court associated with restoration of staffing, which was discussed in the mayor's budget message and we referred to previously.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Lynn. Take your time.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Double
So
duty here for you.
All right, so like Mr. Schaefer stated, we do have my positions being restored. I have one eliminated that's being reinstated. I still have 3 vacancies. We have no raises other than contractual. And that's about it. Is there any questions?
Okay, and for council members, Lynn is here to speak about the city clerk's budget, the probate court budget, and the municipal court budget, as she is the head of those things. Councilman Gephardt.
Hi, Lynn. Thank you. Yeah. I just had one in your appointment hearing. We talked a bit about what your plans for the future might be in terms of, modernization of the clerk's office and ways we might be able to leverage technology to make the jobs a bit easier. I'm just wondering if the budget accounts for any of those ideas or initiatives. So I'll leave it at there. That's my only question.
I'll have a staff, which I haven't had for quite some time. So once I have a staff, I can implement things that we're trying to take care of in the office.
Okay. So that's a future planning effort.
Well, I hope
Nothing
so.
teed up yet. Okay.
I've been without a staff for quite some time. Quite some time.
All right. Well, we'll be glad to have them back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council on the city clerk's budget, the probate court budget, and the municipal court budget? Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the city clerk's budget, the probate court budget, or the municipal court budget? All right, seeing no hands raised, thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
We will move on to the legislative budget.
Yes, and when budgets are put together, there are usually mistakes. And this is the only mistake I've really found in terms of which you noted right away, was our decision just to give the council their request. Somehow I've tracked it somewhere between April 7th and April 23rd, an additional dollar amount was added to the council's budget, which was not requested. And whatever way we need to do it to get that out of there, we're ready to do that.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Yes, we appreciate the generosity, but we were looking for an actual overall 2% reduction in our salary from the previous year. For personnel, we did put in for a increase of the 2.75% for the Director of Legislative Services, as she does not get that as part of her contract and has not had a raise in a number of years. So we did put that in, and we reduced the professional services budget. Any questions from members of the council on the legislative budget? Any members of the, oh, I see a hand up. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So what is the number that we're going to have to adjust on our budget?
Good question. We submitted a overall department total budget of $327,201. And I believe the difference will come from professional services, and we had a line item for professional services for $160,000. So it would be an overall reduction of the budget for 2%, including adding the raise to the Director of Legislative Services. 2% overall deduction.
So the net amount that we have to change our budget from right now is proposed at $380,386. What is the actual number going to be?
It will be $55,000 less. Is what?
55,000.
Yes.
Okay.
And we will make that amendment on the night of the budget.
Okay.
When we set the budget.
Apologize for that error. I apologize to the council for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Briefly, we do not anticipate that relatively small cuts to the professional services line item to interfere with our abilities to say, have the actuaries present, have the various, professional services, to speak broadly and to give the precise name of the budget line, 16-360. We don't anticipate that to have an impact on the information that we receive as a city council.
Correct, Councilman. We actually were looking to reduce it even further, but we wanted to make sure we had the proper resources, that we would have those resources available. So I worked with the Council Pro Tem on this and the Finance Director. So we wanted to, that was one of our big concerns as well, as we didn't want to cut too much because we want to make sure that we have the resources available to provide the best bang for our buck, if you will.
Thank you. I think looking at the previous years, that's a fine number. I think it's something that we can certainly work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the legislative budget at this time? Any members of the public? Okay, hearing none, we will go to council claims. And that is on page
53.
53, I heard.
Councilman McAllister, I have you in charge of
Yes.
the department.
Okay, 53. So council claims. So this, correct me if I'm wrong, this has to do with our, when we have the public safety, when you put in for different claims from the city. This is how we pay them out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That is what we proposed here. Any questions on the claims? Okay, any questions from members of the public on the council claims? Any questions from the members of the public on council claims? All right, hearing none, we will now move on to tourism, culture, and development.
This would be Bruce Kaiser, pages 41 and 42 of the budget, 31 and 33 of the personnel supplement. The city planning, and Bruce will explain both of these, but there's some major pass-through grants which make the planning department look like it's going up significantly, but it's principally because of some state pass-through grants, which are summarized on the divider page in the budget, and that Bruce can summarize for you.
Council President McAllister, I'll start with tourism, culture, and development. As you know from your years on the council, tourism, culture, and development department is funded entirely through outside revenues. It's distributions from the city's share of the hotel tax revenues attributed to activity at hotels in Warwick. This is obviously a very economically sensitive revenue source, and during the pandemic, we saw a substantial reduction in receipts from the hotel tax. In fact, they were down 60% during the current year. It affected our staffing levels. We currently have one staff member left in the department. We're looking to beef up in the coming year. We were fortunate in that, as you can see in the budget, during the first CARES stimulus program in latter of 2020, the department city received $266,000, which assisted in backfilling some of those lost revenues that were expected in the first half of the year. Peter earlier spoke about the American Rescue Plan monies. Those monies, or that source of funds, is targeting hotel promotion very distinctly. And in fact, the benchmark year of 2019, which the city received $847,000, will serve as the base year to determine how much of the American Rescue Plan monies we can utilize in the current years of 2021, as well as 21, 22, and 22, 23. We will be able to fully operate at pre-pandemic levels as far as staffing and promotion, and the budget reflects that level of effort.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser. Yes, and as you both pointed out, that the big number here is those state grant pass-throughs, and you listed what those are as in part of the budget as well. Members of the council, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank Peter. I had spoken to him earlier this morning about a couple of questions I had, and he was kind enough to give me those answers. So I'm all set with that. The question I have is on line 61-101. The projection for 2022 increases by 113,000. Could someone just explain that?
The Councilman Lattiser, if you're looking at the salary line item under the tourism, is that correct?
Yes, tourism, culture, and development.
Yeah, the 2021 adopted budget was 231,073. Do you see that in column 3? Moving
Yes.
left to right.
Got
That was
it.
the adopted budget prior to the realization that the COVID was going to affect hotel revenues to the degree that it did. As a result, the projected salaries were for the current fiscal year were down to 132,000. Actually, now year end 165,744. If you look at fiscal year 219 actual, first column indicates that the salaries at that time were $240,941. So 222 is more in line with what 219 was, as opposed to the anomalous year of 21, which was affected by the downturn in economic activity.
Okay, so the increase of about 38,000 in salaries, is that because of the 2.7% increase?
Well, that's for over the course of 3 years that changes in staffing levels and different salaries associated with the different positions. The former director, as you know, who had been long-serving director, Karen Jetson, retired in 2020, I believe. And there was a restructuring of staffing at that time. So we're looking at, given the revenues are going to be available to the city, in beefing up our tourism and economic development programs. In the personnel supplement, you'll see that there's a position of Director of Economic Development, which is a new title within this specific department that is going to represent a greater emphasis on the economic development side than has been given in the past.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Any questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we will move on to city plan.
City plan, this is the department that at first glance looks like there's a substantial increase in budget year over year. In the proposed budget, the FY22 request is $1,895,192, whereas the FY21 adopted budget was $1,138,000. That is, as was touched on by Peter a few minutes ago, is entirely due to state pass-through grants. The planning department manages a variety of different grants on behalf of the city related to city and park development, coastline restoration, brownfields remediation, America the Beautiful, et cetera, et cetera. These are grants that come through a variety of different sources. This year we were fortunate, in 2021, we were fortunate to be successful in being awarded a number of new grants from a number of these sources. And as a result, we see these state pass-throughs reflected in our budget. If you were to carve out the state pass-through from the budget presentation, it would show that the other operating expenses associated with planning have declined from $563,000 to almost $545,000, a decline of just shy of $20,000 in net operating expenses. That's largely due to a one-time expense in the current fiscal year for zoning ordinance review. And that specifically was related to solar ordinance development. And that work has been completed and is not reflected in the upcoming budget. So operating expenses are down $19,000 or so, but grant activity is substantially up, which is a benefit to the community.
Thank you very much, Director. And we love grants, so keep up the good work getting those grants into the city. Members of the council, do you have any questions on the city plan budget? Okay, hearing none. Members of the public, does anyone have any questions on the city plan budget? Any members of the public on the city plan budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to community development.
This is Page 40 in the budget, 32 in the personnel supplement. We have Bill Vicente here to present.
Good evening, Bill Vicente, Community Development Coordinator. The only line items are salaries for community development. They are budget supplement. We do receive 100% reimbursement for those salaries from the federal government through HUD. We're anticipating $981,000 this year in entitlement for various activities, neighborhood improvements that you're very familiar with, public service and public facility.
Thank you very much, Bill. We love when you come before the council because you bring money and it's federal money, and we can do great things like that's going on in Oakland Beach and Apponaug and all parts of the city. So we like to see you, Bill. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the council on the community development budget? Any questions from members of the council? Okay, any questions from members of the public on the community development budget? Any questions from members of the public on the community development budget? All right, hearing none, we will now move to the building inspectors.
It's page 31 of the budget, 25 in the personnel supplement. Al the court is here. It's a 3.61% increase. Evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Al.
I'm sorry?
I said good evening.
Good evening. The building inspections budget increased 3.61%. That's due to contractual agreements. And if you look at all the other line items, they pretty much stayed the same as last year's budget. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Director. And I know that you are a very busy department. I handle a lot of things. So I just want to say we appreciate the work that you and your staff do, that you have a lot on your plate. So we appreciate all the good work that you're doing on behalf of the city.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the council on the building inspector's budget? Any questions from members of the council? Okay. Any questions from members of the public on the building inspector's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the building inspector's budget? All right. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
Next up, we will have the police department.
So this will be on pages 25 through 27. We have Chief Connor and Deputy Lucci is here as well. This is slightly over 1%.
Good evening, Colonel Brad Connor for the police department. As Mr. Schaefer said, we are about 1.4% increase. We do believe that this is a lean budget that is not dissimilar to our budgets in years past. We did request minor increases in a few line items in our services and commodities budget. I'm prepared to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Colonel, and welcome back to the budget hearings. We missed you. I'm sure you missed us.
Of course.
My first question: how is the department staffed? Are you at full staffing right now? Are we down a few? Are we up a few?
So right now we are budgeted for 175. With the folks in the academy that are set to graduate next week, we have 171. We are continually battling recruitment efforts, and some of the things that are happening right now are making it quite difficult to recruit. But we're doing okay. I will say that currently we also have 5 members of the agency that are deployed. The bad part about that is it drives our overtime, but the benefit is that the military is picking up their pay. So we're not paying their salaries, just their benefits. So we are making efforts to hire more people, but currently right now as it stands, we're about 171.
And Colonel, how many individuals are eligible to retire this year, would you say?
Approximately 20.
Approximately 20. Okay. Members of the council on the police department's budgets. Councilman Foley.
Colonel, you just said that you have probably 20 eligible to retire. So you're graduating a class next week. Are there plans for another class on the horizon?
That's correct. We have 4 members graduating next week, and we're slated to put, I believe, 6 into the academy that starts in July. We also have a few lateral transfers that we may be able to get up from other departments that won't have to go to the academy.
Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, Colonel, what is your full complement of officers?
175.
175. Okay, currently you're at 171, facing a potential loss of 20, bringing it down to 151, with perhaps 4 more coming back. So conceivably, in the next year, you could be running with less than 160 officers, correct?
It's certainly a possibility. We don't anticipate all 20 people will retire though in the next year.
Sure. Hopefully that will not happen because those are undoubtedly senior officers with a lot of experience that is going to be extremely beneficial to all of their colleagues as well as the new officers that are coming in. So certainly, hopefully that does not happen. And Colonel, I asked that question because in spite of being understaffed and some of your officers deployed, you continue to stay relatively consistent with your overtime. I've gone back through some of the years, and historically, the police department has remained fairly consistent with that particular budget item. One of the things that I was looking at is the overtime for dispatchers. This year, it looks as though we have a projection of 196,000, and you've budgeted for 150. And I realize that you were not back with us for the entire year, but what do you attribute, to your knowledge anyways, the increase in overtime with the dispatchers?
Partly was we were short-staffed, and one of the other reasons was we had an exceedingly large amount of overtime due to callback and sickness with the COVID pandemic.
Okay. And the other question that I have in your budget is the increase in electricity. Why is there such an increase over last year for electricity in your budget?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. If you could just check on that, Colonel, and get back to me on that.
Absolutely.
And auto and vehicle maintenance, I know not that long ago we purchased some new vehicles, and we just recently purchased some other new vehicles, updating the fleet a fair amount. The increase in the auto and vehicle maintenance is increasing about 25% or so. Well, no, that's not quite true. Probably about 18%. And I was interested in hearing what the reasoning was for that increase.
So a small percentage of the increase would have to do with the fact that we're now buying replacement parts for the SUV instead of the sedan. So that's a little bit more expensive. But the main reason for the increase would be the equipment that we need in the garage. We're looking to replace an AC machine, a wheel balancer machine, as well as one of the lifts that needs to be replaced. These are items that we were tempted to purchase over the last couple of years and haven't been able to. So we're hoping to replace some much needed equipment inside the garage.
Okay. Last question, 3,900, 3,980, and 3,999. It's inter-department credits for gas, back charges, other auto, and miscellaneous department credits. What are those for?
You're referring to 3,999?
Yes, and 3,900 is inter-department credits for gas. 3,980 back charges, other auto.
So other city departments will use our gas tank to fill up their vehicles, and our garage will do maintenance on some of the other vehicles, and we back charge other city departments.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Colonel.
welcome.
Appreciate it. All set, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
Carl, just a quick question. Hey, thanks for coming to talk to us tonight about the budget. This issue around recruiting, has come up, and I've heard from some of the guys as well as now yourself this evening. I'm just wondering, as a council and as a city administration, and you don't have to maybe go into the detail tonight, but we want to help you with this problem. So, if there are things that we can do that are helpful, we're here for you on that, because obviously maintaining a full complement of staff is critical to both the public safety, but also to us hitting these budget numbers and having a team that's well rested and has the right amount of shifts and the right amount of backup. So whatever we can do to help, please lean on us, and we're happy to contribute where we can.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. And thank you to the Colonel for joining us, giving us this presentation. I think that over the years, the police department has a well-earned reputation for using the funds very effectively, in a thrifty manner. And some of these costs simply are what they are, especially when it comes to items like gasoline. We never wanted to see gasoline, things of that nature, underfunded. Certainly if commodity prices increase more than expected and the actual costs exceed the projections, because we don't know what the price of gasoline will be 6 months from now. And I'm just saying this for members of the public who may be listening. If gasoline prices end up going up more than expected, then that doesn't mean that the police won't be able to drive. That just means that the budget will have been exceeded due to those unforeseen factors. However, of course, all departments strive to have accurate projections and meet those projections, of course. And so when I look at some of these various line items, such as gasoline budgeted at $295,000, I see that that very closely resembles the $297,000 that was spent in 2019. Similarly, I see that electricity, the department spent just a hair over $100,000 in 2020 and is asking for $100,000 for this budget. So I see those numbers as pretty much in line with how commodity prices have been in the not too distant past. But I suppose Councilman Lattiser had a good point in bringing up the electricity in particular, from the perspective that in 2021, year to date, the department has only spent $45,000 in change, and there's a projection of the department ultimately spending $61,000 in change through the end of the fiscal year 2021. So while I don't expect to have that precise answer here this evening. That would be interesting to know how the department has been saving money on electricity this year, as looking at some of the other commodities, they do seem to be more in that same range, as opposed to a 40% more or less reduction from the year 2020 to the present year of the 2021 budget. Certainly, absolutely no criticism there on being able to save that money. It's, let's see. So I suppose that, my remaining question on this is taking a look at some of these other items, such as overtime for snow and storm and the like. I suppose I'll get to the question. Given where we are with potential retirements and the like, and of course, uncertainty in any year, we don't know how many storms there will be, things of that nature. We can predict that there will be more people on the roads. There will be more people just out and about. So I suppose that my primary concern in looking at this budget is making sure that it properly reflects the potential risks of additional overtime being needed if we are potentially short-staffed due to retirements. And I can, see that, these numbers are fairly in line with recent years. I suppose that that's always a risk, but I suppose more directly, you had mentioned that 20 officers, I believe, will be eligible to retire this coming year. To put that in perspective, I know that just because an officer is eligible to retire doesn't mean that they necessarily will retire. Would it be approximately, and I hate to just throw out a percent, but would it be typically over 50% or under 50% or whereabouts in terms of officers who are eligible for retirement who actually do retire in a given year?
So that's a tough question to answer. We do have folks that have over 30 years that I will estimate that they will retire this year. And we have some that just have 20 years. A lot does have to do with the collective bargaining agreement and the terms and conditions of the contract. That will determine whether the folks that have anywhere from 25 and up, whether or not they stay. I don't foresee in the next year having 50% of those eligible to retire actually leave. So it looks dire if they all were to retire, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council would like to speak on the police budget?
Mr. President, could I speak about one other thing on the police budget?
Sure, Mr. Schaefer.
The police department had made a budget request for broadband for their police communication system. That money is budgeted in the IT department. We believe it's going to be eligible for American Rescue funding. It's a broadband initiative. So if you refer to page 10 in the budget, and Phil will be presenting on this tomorrow when he's scheduled, but the colonel has already had a Zoom conference with police department, but the school department, other participants in the city who might take advantage of this. So that's underway, but the money right now is budgeted in the IT department. And
thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Yeah, that is outstanding. Broadband is so important. We've never seen it any more important than this past year. So we need to, that's a great investment. Any members of the public would like to speak on the police department's budget? Any members of the public, would you like to speak on the police department's budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the police grants.
Mr. President, the police grant program, that deals with a couple of different things. One, it's our relationship and our partnership with the federal agencies that provide overtime money for various task force officers that are assigned to agencies such as DEA, FBI, and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. The other part of that grant money has to do with the Department of Transportation and their highway safety funding. All of that is level funded from last year. The highway DOT funding, that comes out October 1st of every year. We have scheduled this year, I believe it was $160,000 of funds that come into the city of Warwick that allow our officers to go out and do extra traffic enforcement. So we don't foresee any changes in any of those grant funds.
Thank you very much, Colonel. And they take the experience when they're going in their task force to all these different other departments. They take all the experience that they've learned elsewhere and bring it back here to the city of Warwick, and we get to take advantage of that expertise.
Absolutely.
So that's another great investment. Any members of the council, would you like to speak on the police grants budget? Any members of the council? Okay. Any members of the public, would you like to speak on the police grants budget? Any members of the public, would you like to speak on the police grants budget? Hearing none, we will move to the Board of Public Safety.
Again, this is very similar to last year's budget. I believe it only reflects an increase to the salary of the non-union secretary or administrative assistant of a 2.75% raise. Everything else is level.
Thank you, Colonel. And that 2.75% is what union employees would be receiving this year, correct?
That's non-union employees.
She's non-union, correct? Yes. Okay. Any questions on the Board of Public Safety from the City Council? Any questions for the City Council on the Board of Public Safety? Any questions from members of the public on the Board of Public Safety's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the Board of Public Safety's budget? Hearing none, we will move to the alcohol and highway enforcement.
Mr. President, this is what I just spoke with. This is very much in line with our police grants. It's just two separate budget codes.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Any members of the City Council have any questions on the alcohol and highway enforcement budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any members of the public, would you like to speak on the alcohol and highway enforcement budget? Hearing none, we will move to organized crime and drug enforcement.
And again, sir, I've already spoke on this.
Thank you, Colonel. Any questions from members of the council on the organized crime and drug enforcement? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget? Any questions from members of the public on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget? Hearing none, we will move to the Water Department. Thank you very much, Colonel, for your time and your service.
You'll need to go to another document, the Enterprise and Capital Fund budget. Water Department, very substantial increase because there's a $3 million pledge from American Rescue funding for infrastructure improvements. Mr. DiPetrillo is here to respond to any questions.
Good evening, Mr. President. Like Mr. Chafer just stated, you're going to see an increase in our budget, just under $4 million. $3 million of that is from the federal funding. Another $195,000 is for jobs that we had proposed that were eliminated to replace.
Thank you very much, Director. Now, you're using the majority of this federal money that we were receiving for investment in improving our current infrastructure or adding additional infrastructure?
A combination
Or has
of
that
both.
been decided yet?
That hasn't been decided yet, but so we're looking into a combination of both. We have a priority list that we're looking into, along with other federal money out there.
And it's my opinion, this is a very, very good way to use this money. It's one-time money, and you're going to use it for one-time improvements or one-time long-term investments in our infrastructure, which we all know is sorely needed. So I think this is a golden opportunity to do that, and I'm very pleased to see this large investment in this department at this time. Using that federal money is a home run. So this is very exciting, and I have to thank the congressional delegation for helping that, and the mayor's office and your department for putting this forward. It is sorely needed, and it's great that we're taking advantage of these funds. Any questions from members of the council on the water department's budget? Any questions from members of the council? Hearing none, we'll go to the members of the public. Any questions from members of the public on the water department? Any questions from members of the public on the water department? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the sewer review board. Thank you very much, Director.
Mr. President, we're just a little confused. You said the sewer review board. Did you mean the sewer department?
I have on my agenda after the water department, it says sewer review board, then sewer department.
Okay, we don't have that. We don't have it.
We don't pay for the sewer review board. Can we vote into- did we get rolled into boards and commissions?
That might be boards and commissions now.
Commissions, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem. We don't have it on
Yeah,
ours.
so I got rid of it on our agenda. That's why we're extra confused, because it's part of boards and commissions now.
Okay, so if members of the public and the members of the council, we will still talk about the sewer review board, but we will wait until we're in the boards and commissions. So up next is the sewer department.
So a similar situation here. We have a proposed pledge of $7 million from American Rescue Funds, which is authorized for sewer, water, and broadband infrastructure. We talked a few minutes ago about 800,000 pledged for police and IT communications. We talked about $3 million for the water department, and we're talking about $7 million for the Warwick Sewer Authority as part of their budget. And again, that's in the enterprise fund documents, and Betty Ann Rogers is here to respond to your question.
Good evening, Director.
Mr. President, the water department and sewer department are working together to coordinate projects where necessary to just dig the roads up at one time, if that needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Good evening, Councilman.
Good evening, Director.
So our overall budget is very similar to last year's budget. It's important to note that all of our expenses will be paid based on anticipated revenue without increasing sewer usage rates in fiscal year '22. Our 5-year rate study is in its final stages, but we've been informed by our accountant that no increases in sewer usage will be made in FY22. The complete 5-year rate study should be delivered next month. Also important and noteworthy with our budget is that our debt service continues to decline as our older bonds that are 20 years and older are paid off. We saw a 13% debt service decrease in fiscal '22. We also have some reorganization within our personnel, which is very noteworthy. despite adding 3 additional positions this year. With the reorganization, we don't see any significant increase in our salaries. And that concludes my information on the proposed budget.
Great. Thank you very much, Director. And again, not to repeat myself, but I'm thrilled that we're using these federal funds for these investments. These are big ticket items, very necessary for the betterment of all our residents. And I'm excited that we have these funds and to get these projects started. Members of the council, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Director, as you know, I'm a very strong supporter of expanding the sewer infrastructure, especially in Bayside 1, 2, and 3, which I represent. So I'm very excited to hear about these opportunities that are coming up. I would just ask a question, for a comment on line 8286, which is the deduct meters, and also 8296, which is on the grinder pumps, with the proposed budget versus the 2021 projections, and what those differences are.
So with the deduct meters, Councilman, we actually took over the deduct meter purchase and actually setting the deduct meters up. This was something that was done by the water department, and now it's being done by the sewer department. And with the grinder pumps, we anticipate, as far as the budget's concerned, it's gone up, I think, in my opinion, minimally, about 17%, but we do anticipate there being additional connections this year, considering the projects that we just completed, O'Donnell Hill, Governor Francis III, and anticipating possibly doing some sewering moving forward in fiscal '22.
Okay, thank you. And line item 8370, construction services, that is going back to essentially where it was in 2021, before this COVID thing hit. So just tell us about the construction services, what that entails.
For construction services, we have individual contracts. Like one of our contracts is Contract EE. Contract EE is typically run by D'Ambra Services. They'll come in and they'll make minor repairs to certain things that we might need. If there is possibly an extension to a sewer line and by a developer, and the developer will pay for a certain portion, and we see that maybe we can pick up a couple of homes on the way there, this contract will help to pay for some of those services.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now, but I certainly look forward to working with you and speaking with you going forward, Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
Director, I just wanted to ask on some of these projects where the American Rescue Funds will come into play. Is there any concern about the ability to spend those monies in the fiscal year, or is there any requirement to spend those monies in the fiscal year? I just want to make sure we have enough bandwidth to get the projects done and maximize usage.
I'll respond to that, but the act gives you till December 31st, 2024. So we're making the pledge here. It will be in the sewer fund, and they can contract or subsidize projects that are already underway. They have that flexibility, but it's not required that the money be spent by this coming June 30th, or even a year from this June 30th. They have until December 31st, 2024.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any more questions from members of the council on the sewer department? Hearing none. Any questions from members of the public on the sewer department's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the sewer department's budget? Hearing none, we will move to DPW. We'll start with administration. And thank you very much, Director.
What? Yes, Mr. President, could we take a recess here because DPW Director doesn't seem to be in the room.
Sure. Let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll look to see if we can get the director.
Okay,
thank you very much.
No escape. FYI, someone's not muted. Can't tell who.
The council wants to gather again. I think we're ready to get back into session here. Councilman Ricks and Councilman Lattiser, if we just give us a thumbs up. There's Ricks. That's all right. Thumbs up. Okay. Okay. All right. We will come out of recess here. Mayor, I can't really see who's at the table and who's not. Do you want to continue with the DPW administration, or would you like to go to Parks and Rec first?
No, Mr. President, we're all set. Eric Earls and Christie are here.
Okay. Director Earls and Christie, nice to see you. We will start with DPW administration. If you could just let us know what page that is on. In the, budget.
Pages 43 to 50. And then personnel supplement, pages 34 to 40. That's covering all of DPW. And Christie Moretti will present.
Okay, I believe we are ready. Director Earls.
So I think in the administrative part, the big thing that you'll notice is the addition of the rent for the Sawtooth building. Other than that, things have stayed pretty much the same.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we will go one by one, straight down. So if members of the council have questions, we'll go one by one, and same for members of the public. We will follow the list right down. So anybody have any questions on DPW administration budget? Again, the large increase on that is the new lease building, and congratulations to the mayor for signing that lease this evening, which was supported by the entire city council. So we're very excited about that project.
And we thank you for that support.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eric, the increase in 62,101, was that the 2.7% increase for the non-union employees?
That was a piece of it, but that also incorporates reinstating the business manager position, which had previously been eliminated.
And what is the business manager position?
That is Christie's position. So Christie had been the business manager up until 2 years ago when that position was eliminated. She was subsequently reassigned a separate position with approximately $15,000 less in salary. Is that not accurate? So this essentially reinstates that. Christie functions as a division head, similar to the chief of automotive, chief of highway, and this puts her in a corresponding pay grade with those entities.
And so it also carried a $15,000 increase. So what is that pay grade now?
Well, it's not a union position.
I don't understand the answer. The question was, what is that salary now?
Oh, the salary. That's
Yeah.
a different question. The salary is,
Sorry,
The salary is now 65.
65,000?
Correct.
Okay, and that also includes the 2.7%?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, I don't understand what roughly means. She's a non-union employee, so she would be entitled.
2.75. Yeah.
2 point- Right?
Yes.
Okay. So her salary, including that a raise that the non-union employees didn't get over the last couple of years, brings her salary line item up to 65,000.
No, it brings it up to 85,388.
Oh, what was the 65,000 you just told me?
That was her previous salary.
Oh, whoa, okay. So now her salary is 85,000 what?
85,388.
So that's more than the $15,000 change.
When, when you were at 81.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, you could probably explain it better.
Councilman Lattiser?
Yes. Hi, Christy.
Hi. So approximately 2 years ago, my job was eliminated. I was making about $81,000. My job was eliminated. It was recreated into account coordinator position and with a salary of $65,000. That's where I was put for the last 2 years. So this is essentially their reinstating the business manager position to where it was previously. And I guess there's a 2.75 increase.
Yes, and that's, so 2.5% on 81,000 doesn't bring it up to 85,000. I'm glad that the 2.7% is being given to all those folks that didn't get it. But I don't understand how do we go from 81,000? And I'm trying to run these numbers right now and it's not working the way I want. So 81,000 where you were.
Well, I don't remember specifically exactly how much it was. It was in that neighborhood of 81, 82,000. It was a couple years ago. And
All right, well, hold on, because I want to be clear on that.
And also there's added duties for water, working with the water and the Parks and Rec.
And that is in, so has there been a new job description written for this?
There was no job description written for the account coordinator. I was merely told at the time that I was doing the same job that I did without the Parks and Recreation piece. So
Right.
now I'm reassuming a big chunk of Parks and Recreation, and I do some stuff for water and.
Yeah, no, I understand, but typically, when a individual gets a pay raise, it requires additional duties if it's outside of the contractual raise. Those additional duties are described in a change in the job description. And I guess that's what I'm asking, if there was a change in your job description, because if your salary was 82,000 before at 2.75, that comes up to 84,255. So I just don't know. I'm not being able to wrap my arms around the numbers of where it's at.
Well, I guess technically the current job that I hold now, there's no job description for it. There was never a job description for it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It was kind of haphazard the way things happened, and no reflection on this administration. It had anything to do with them, but when they eliminated my job and gave me a new title, they never gave me a job description at all.
Okay, so I'm just gonna have it get it so it's clear in my head. So your job was, your position was eliminated. You were put into another position. That position had a salary of 65,000. You were making 81 or 82,000. You're not sure which one it is. So now the position has been reinstated. And it's now up to 85,388, including the 2.7%.
Councilman, I think the personnel administrator could respond accurately to your questions tomorrow.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. And that would be Mr. Sullivan?
Rotundo.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rotundo. Sorry. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I'll wait for his response tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
Director Earls, just on the personnel side, there's a water enterprise fund credit. I'm just wondering, is that an annual credit or is that a one-time event?
That's an annual credit, right? Yeah, that's an annual credit.
Okay. So, okay. Got it. And so what's the intent of that credit?
Part of the salaries in certain departments are paid by water and sewer enterprise funds. Because Eric is the director of Public Works, which also includes the water division, as well as the work that I do or the position that we have in the office. So a portion of our salary is credited by the water department.
Got it. So really built into that, into the new job are some duties for the water department, which this credit aims to compensate the department for.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. All right, cool. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council on the DPW administration budget? Okay. Any members of the public, would you like to ask any questions on the DPW administration budget? Any questions from members of the public on the DPW administration budget? Seeing none, we'll move to DPW highway.
So highway, changes there include reinstating 5 staff positions. They are 1 light equipment operator and 4 senior laborers.
Excuse me.
Other than that, everything stays relatively similar to past years. There is a slight change in the sand and salt. We're looking to move more towards a salt dominant mix and maybe even straight salt when we treat roads in the winter. The benefit of that, salt typically works better, but it also, in this time of year, it's significantly less cleanup. Salt will dissolve, sand gets stuck in the gutters and the catch basins, adding to that maintenance. DEM and stormwater, they appreciate, moving towards more of a salt versus sand. So that's why there's a slight change in those items.
Thank you very much, Director. There's also a big difference over previous years on line item 63-290 asphalt. You talk about the bonding project that is in full effect right now, and that's the reason, correct? That's the reason why it's a $200,000 line item, where in previous years it was 1.8 million.
Yeah, so prior to the bond, all road restoration would come out of this asphalt line item. So when you see 1.8 million, that's what we were paving with. In addition to, highway uses this line item for filling potholes, small road patches, any kind of asphalt work that's associated with those things as well.
Correct. So we just want to make sure everybody knows that we are continuing to pave the roads and fill those potholes. We're just doing it with a new plan. So thank you, Director. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So Eric, how many people are you still down?
We originally cut 16, so bringing back 5. So obviously that means we're still down 11 positions. But the mayor's directive was to bring back all the people. So these 5 additional positions will bring back anyone that had been laid off and is still out there looking for work. Some of the people, when the positions were cut, decided to retire. Others moved into other jobs. So these 5 positions will allow us to bring back the 5 people that are still out there that had been laid off.
Okay, I know you mentioned 4 senior laborers and 1, what was the other one?
Light equipment operator.
Okay, light equipment. I noticed, I mean, a lot of the questions I had, you answered already, but on the chemicals, rodent control, you went down on that. Is there any reason for that? Because we're hearing complaints about rats, so.
We go out to bid for those items for the rodent control, the bait boxes and the bait itself. The pricing that we get is relatively nominal. In the last couple of years that we've had that line item funded, we have not spent even 50% of it. So it seemed to be the way to go to reduce it to something that was more in line with what our expenditures would be.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you. You answered all the other questions already. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Eric, I'm really pleased to hear that you're getting a lot of the staff back as quickly as you are. And certainly, I'm sure I'm not the only one that has noticed an increased amount of items being taken care of in my ward. I'm sure it's going on throughout the city, and that is really a game changer. And I'm really appreciative of that. Eric, the question I have is on 63,377, snow removal in the 21 budget. You projected to cap out to 12,000. Is that accurate?
Well, we're at 11,780 now. So
yeah.
We do have one vendor that is still needs to submit their bills. I haven't gotten them as of yet. I want to say it's in the neighborhood of 5,000 maybe.
Wow. So we had a super mild year for the snow plowing, right? We have some sanding we had to do as well and some salting.
yeah, it was the kind of year where there was more of those activities than actually pushing snow. So there were, when we're sand and salt, typically we don't need vendors. We do that in-house. So that's kind of what you're seeing with that.
Right. Okay, that's good. Okay, yeah, that's the only questions I have on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Director, keeping the snow down.
Yeah.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I suppose a brief question on the asphalt and the paving. I'm not sure, and I know that I've asked this question before. Do we have a timeline on when we'll receive the list of the various streets that will be paved in the fiscal year, or at least a priority list as to certain assumptions on how much funding may be available, which streets we anticipate will make the cut?
Excuse me. Yeah, we currently are working on a lot of the national grid roads. That's a lot of what you see currently happening in your Ward, that list we have, and that list is ready for distribution. With regard to the other paving, Harding Road was on there. That was a high priority. We're looking at Sandy Lane. There are several others that we're still kind of, they're still kind of in flux. We're coordinating with the other utilities. But right now we're concentrating on the National Grid roads. Those are easy. We know that the utilities have been completed in those roads, obviously. We're going to get reimbursed for those. So any road that we're doing right now at the National Grid Street, they're going to reimburse us for paving curb to curb. So that means we're almost paving for free. You know, there's still some cost because, you know, they only would reimburse us up to the length of their trench, but we'll take it up to the next intersection. So those are the kind of things we're working on now. We can certainly have a list finalized with regard to what our priorities are within the next couple of weeks.
Well, that also might change because sewer and water are coordinating with the DPW. We have to have a comprehensive plan because we don't want to be paving roads that we may tear up to repair infrastructure.
Yeah, and as you saw out on one of your streets, that intersection at Ash, sometimes the milling operation can damage the water infrastructure, which is what you saw. The milling operation vibrated the pipes enough so there was a small leak in the lead joint. And so unfortunately, you had a brand new road that the water department had to cut into to fix their leak. So those are the types of things where, you know, you really want to make sure that the other infrastructure is new and can handle the paving operation. Otherwise, this is what you run into. So those are the types of things, like the mayor's saying, we're working on that coordination with the other utilities.
So the list is evolving all the time.
Correct. It's very dynamic, the list, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I appreciate, the need for that communication and, that being a reason why, of course, things get as complicated as they are, where, it's the ball is moving. At the same time, that having that increased communication as well would be helpful on my end too. I've had constituents bring questions to me about whether a road is being paved or not, and I haven't been able to always answer those questions in the way that I'd like. And then there was one very small street in particular, and it's always wonderful to see paving happening, of course, but there was one small street where, it's something that's been studied as to whether the street will be closed, but it was repaved, which it looks great, but that level of coordination is always helpful, so that if that money may have been spent elsewhere, then that's basically what I'm getting at there. And so I really do appreciate the communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
I just had a question about striping, 63,293. So with all the paving that we're doing, I'm imagining that all the those roads will need striping. Does that come out of the bond as well, or does that come out of this line item?
The striping comes out of that particular line item, and actually they've already started this year. We were out last week or the week before, they started some striping, but it's not always on roads that have just been paved. It's for the main roads, double yellows with the fog line, those on main roads that we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, typically we're restriping regardless of whether or not we pave at least every couple of years, just because they get faded. So that's a lot of what you see in the budget.
Got it. So you're saying the added paving doesn't necessarily mean an increase in striping because you're already out there striping?
That's correct. Like, for example, Sandy Lane, we're going to pave Sandy Lane and then we're going to stripe it. But if we didn't stripe it this year, then we probably would be striping it next year because it starts to get faded anyway. So yeah, it's not like a 1-for-1.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just expecting to see that one move up a little bit, but that makes sense. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
That's okay, Mr. President. Thank you. I'm all set.
Any other questions from members of the council on the DPW highway budget? Seeing none, any questions from members of the public on the DPW highway budget? Any questions from members of the public on the DPW highway department? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to DPW sanitation and recycling. Director?
Sanitation. There's really no significant changes. Everything's, what's that?
That's your big piece, maybe?
Tipping fees went up a little bit, right? I'm sorry.
Correct. The tipping fees, and we see this at the council meeting. I believe we worked on this a couple of council meetings ago on the tipping fees. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Eric, who's the foreman of sanitation now? I always knew Chris forever and ever and ever. Now I don't know who the new person is.
It's been gone for a while. Chris.
I know, that's what I mean.
So Chris Beneducci retired. He was a supervisor.
Right.
We haven't filled that supervisor position. John Cole is the foreman over there. He's been functioning as the foreman. What? What?
We eliminated the supervisor.
We eliminated the supervisor. Didn't I say that? Mom.
All right.
So we eliminated the supervisor position. John Cole is the foreman. He's been functioning in that capacity. You know, he was there under Chris. So his supervisor now is the highway chief. So again, it's a kind of a cost savings measure by eliminating Chris Beneducci's old position and allowing, that foreman to function over there as he always has. And for him to answer to the highway chief, it just allows us a little bit more savings.
Oh, that's good. Okay. How about shortage in this department? I mean, I know you got a lot of divisions. And over here it says you have 22 people. Do you have other, are you up to par now or you still got shortage?
I think in that department, as far as positions in the budget, we're the same, but we have 2 vacant positions, I believe. We have 2 vacant positions and 1 person in sanitation working in a different position. So currently sanitation is daily down 3 people.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. President. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions from members of the council on the DPW sanitation and recycling budget? Okay. Any questions from members of the public on the DPW sanitation and recycling budget? Any questions from members of the public on the DPW sanitation and recycling budget? Hearing none, we'll move on to DPW automotive. I believe it's on page 46.
So no real significant changes here. The equipment repair item up a little bit. But really, it kind of holds year to year with some nominal increases based on, just kind of inflation and that type of thing, cost. But for the most part, we're in the same place. As far as personnel, they didn't lose anybody and we haven't added anybody, so they're in the same position that they typically have been.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from members of the council on the DPW automotive budget? Okay, seeing none. Are there any questions from members of the public on the DPW automotive budget? Sorry. Any questions on the automotive budget for DPW? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the building maintenance budget.
So again, here, there are no significant changes. Right, but yeah, as far as positions go, we eliminated the facilities manager position.
Okay. Director, line 66, 340, service contracts. That line item looks to be increasing. What is in the service contracts for this department?
So that line item speaks to things like elevator maintenance, fire alarm inspections, sprinkler inspections, HVAC work, anything that's related to any city building that Public Works is responsible for in that capacity, as well as, you know, other things that we have to take care of during the year. And we are also acquiring a few more buildings at this point. So that speaks to that extra $10,000 that was included.
Thank you, Christy. And how many buildings would you say this department oversees?
A lot.
All of them?
Yeah, mostly, except for the school buildings. Well, not including the ones that we are now responsible for. That's the only thing that we don't maintain.
Yeah, so you have all the fire departments,
So fire stations, police station, city hall,
all the
Public Works,
building,
yeah.
Cooper
yeah.
Building, and all the facilities that that were former school department buildings, like Holden, Wicks, and even Aldrich. And even though there may not be things going on there, they still cost money, right? To go to Aldrich to board up the windows. You go to Wicks because there's a break-in and you got to board that place up.
Cut
So
the grass once in a while.
cut the grass, those types of things,
And those
exactly.
buildings are still alarmed because it's still a city asset, so. This
They're
bill's
maintaining
as well,
Well, they have to be for insurance.
right.
All right. Any questions from members of the council on the building maintenance? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Eric, on 66-224 for electricity, same question I had for the police department. What is the reason for the significant increase? Actually, two parts to the question. One is, year to date, your electricity use is 96,000. That's roughly about 9,000 a month, something like that. And now your projection is 137,000. And your proposed budget is 195. So how does it go from 96,250 to 136,000 in about a month? And then why do you need 195 if in fact this year you only used 137?
Well, just, not knowing the specifics in 2020, we used 220,000. And I don't know, I mean, this time of year is when, we're using a considerable amount of electricity.
Well, the other thing is too, is there's that component with the Captona that I don't know anything about.
Which one?
Captona,
Captona?
yeah, it's the solar credits or something. I think that has something to do with.
Yeah, there are also some components from the solar farm that go to this department. But the projection that I did, I would have done nearly a month ago now. So I would have taken whatever it was, divided by the number of months and extrapolated out. So the year to date, quite honestly, could be off.
But doesn't those solar credits, doesn't that go to the general fund, not to each respective department?
So the way that we have to do the Captona credits, we're actually going to change it in the new year. It's a project we've been working on in my office because you have to pick the accounts that have the most usage. So you can imagine how our buildings have really high usage. So there are some points in the year where the credits exceed the usage. And we're coming into the time of year where the opposite will start happening.
Right, because I pulled a report today for all the divisions and our year-to-date actual is 103,717.
Yeah, so there must have been a
But I'm not
credit put through.
sure what month that is posted through. Probably,
You said it was 103 as of today?
yeah, so probably posted through April.
And I said 136. Yeah. And you also have to remember that when it comes to things like electricity, I'm actually you can't necessarily take the number of months that have passed, divide it and then multiply it, right? Because in July, August, we're going to be getting bills for June to put back. But I think the increase in electricity here is also a reflection of the additional buildings and everything as well, right?
Right, and was there a rate hike as well?
Yeah, there was a small rate hike.
For what additional building was that?
Well, Cooper.
Yeah, so we have, we do have Cooper.
So we're paying the electric bills for the Cooper building?
We pay the electric bills, well, I shouldn't say, Public Works doesn't pay the electric bills for all the buildings. There's obviously other departments that have their own electricity line items, but for the buildings that we're responsible for, we pay the electric bills for City Hall, Buttonwoods, the whole Public Works complex. So.
Robertson.
Councilman, I think that I think the best way to try and figure out whether or not something like natural gas or electricity is accurately budgeted for in the new year, you should probably look more at 20 actual. Those numbers aren't changing, and that's probably a better reflection of what will happen. And if you look at 20, electricity was 217,000.
Well, yeah, the revised budget was 195, and this year we're gonna go back to, so why?
You're looking at 21. If you look at the actual in 20, this is actually probably pretty aggressive in 22.
Yeah. Mhm. So the actual use in 2020 was 217, almost say 218.
Yeah.
The revised for 2021 was 195, and we end up at 136-ish. Now, does that include the 136? Does that include the solar credits, or do the solar credits, are they in addition to the 136?
These projection numbers are just my best estimate of what it was. It was at least 3 weeks ago. It must have been 3 weeks ago I put these together.
Okay.
So this projection is probably too lean.
Yeah, I understand, but you just mentioned solar credits, which I wasn't aware of. So
Yeah,
now-
and you'll see in fiscal year 2020, all of those credits and everything are accounted for in that final number. 20's audited, financial statements are out, that number's not changing.
And we had solar credits in 2020 as well?
Yep.
Okay. All right. We'll see how it all plays out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the DPW building maintenance budget? Any questions from members of the public on the building maintenance budget? Seeing none, we'll move to DPW engineering. And that is found on page 48.
So in the engineering budget, among the salaries, we've taken out the city engineer position. Street lighting has gone down, but we've added the street light maintenance. Increase the crack sealing item. Professional services, thank you. It's gone up as well. And then the $80,000 for stormwater.
Okay, thank you, Director. The street light and maintenance fees, can you speak to that? How this, the reason for the change? This will be a new light item because of the changes that the city is making in that.
Right, so this year, the city purchased all of the streetlight infrastructure. National Grid's, when we were paying National Grid for the streetlights, about 2/3 of what we were paying them was a maintenance fee, 1/3 was electricity. So by purchasing the streetlights, we immediately, immediately acquired a savings from that. In addition, we're converting to LEDs. That's being handled by planning. But when we took over the streetlights, when we took over the streetlights, National Grid obviously was no longer going to maintain them. So we have to have a maintenance entity in place to take care of any outages, damaged poles, and that type of thing, so that when a streetlight goes out, we have someone to call that can go out and immediately fix them. So that's why that line item is there and new. And $100,000 is a very conservative number, especially as we go to LEDs, because most of the LEDs will probably be under warranty for at least a year, if not longer. So without having any prior years to kind of to go off of with that maintenance item, we put in $100,000 because we feel that that's a very conservative number, so that if anything happens, we'll have enough money to maintain the streetlights. And even with that $100,000, we're still showing a significant savings from previous years.
Thank you, Director. And I know this council is excited about this project and excited that once we get going with the LEDs, and now the city will be the ones that can do any maintenance, and we don't have to chase down National Grid to get them for the lights that are out in front of individuals' homes and neighborhoods. So this is a great program, and I'm pleased to see it moving forward. Any questions from members of the council on the engineering? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eric, I'm looking at the surveying supervisor as well as the field construction inspector compared to last year. And I'm assuming the increase is the 2.75?
Yeah, for all three of those positions, you would have the 2.75.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, Eric, what about the paving for crack sealing? That seemed like it went way up.
Well, that's, so pavement management that's kind of my wheelhouse personally. And crack sealing is the biggest bang for your buck when it comes to pavement management. Crack sealing is pennies on the dollar, and it adds 3 to 5 years to a roadway. Municipalities our size with 400 miles of road, most of our money should go to crack sealing when it comes to pavement management, just because you think if we crack seal half the roads, that means we're getting, 3 years on each road. If you pave half the roads, that's 600 miles of road. That means we're ahead of the deterioration. I might be talking kind of at a higher level, but it just makes more sense to crack seal more roads, because if you send a crack sealing crew down a road and there are no cracks to seal, you don't pay for it. If you send them down the road and they see lots of cracks, well, then you just spent a lot of money putting a road back together that you're not gonna have to touch for 3 to 5 years. Whereas if you let that road go without crack sealing it, you're probably milling and overlaying it for 5 times the money in 2 years. So that's kind of the difference. And as a pavement management person, I would love to see that crack sealing number even higher, but I think that this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Director. Very good.
Any more questions on the engineering budget from the council? Any questions from members of the public on the DPW engineering budget? Any questions from members of the public on DPW engineering budget? Hearing none, we'll move on to DPW field maintenance.
All right, so field maintenance, a little bit of history, as most of you probably know, field maintenance was under the umbrella of Public Works until 2 years ago, when it went under Parks and Recreation. So this year, we're pulling it back under Public Works. The argument being that this is kind of what we do. Public Works does this kind of stuff. We maintain things. We maintain facilities. We maintain fields. So as far as field maintenance, it makes sense for it to be under Public Works because it's easier for us to share resources and that type of thing. So that being said, there's not a very easy way to compare the last 2 years to where we are now. But going back to 2019, for the most part, with kind of, I'm just looking at.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
Page 32 in the budget has a table that tries to merge the
Oh, I'm
2
sorry.
years so that you have a better comparative look at.
Right. Yeah, so I'm sorry, page 32 walks you through a little bit of that. So as it indicates, in the previous fiscal year, FY21, Parks and Recreation was responsible for programming of recreational activities as well as the maintenance of recreational facilities. In this year's budget, FY22, the city is putting the maintenance of the recreational facilities back on the Department of Public Works. This is a structure in the city until FY19. So this breaks down in very general terms what those numbers, those budget numbers look like.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the field maintenance budget? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Director, I'm hoping I waited to the right spot. Otherwise, I can wait until Parks and Recreation are up. As far as the Mickey Stevens DEM grant that Speaker Sircarci was able to stabilize, the second largest grant in the history of the state. I was wondering, did we give them an updated scope of work for the project, or should I wait for another section, or did that fall under Bill?
Bill Vicente and planning, I think, are managing that. I only know very kind of peripheral stuff with regard to that project. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But Bruce Kaiser's stepping in.
Councilman Howe, yeah, could you repeat that question? I've got the list of grants.
Absolutely, thank you. One of the grants that was gotten was over $400,000 for the environmental remediation of Mickey Stevens. And I guess one of the things that they were waiting for at DEM was the scope of work. And I was wondering, did the city get that to them?
I'm going to have to check on that for you. I'm not sure what the status that is, Councilman Howe. I know that Luke and Dan have been working with DEM on that grant. So yeah, I'll get back to you tomorrow on that, okay?
Yeah, Councilman, probably get better answers with planning tomorrow.
With planning, okay, got it. I wasn't sure if it was this or Parks and Rec or planning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any more questions from members of the council on the field maintenance budget? Any questions from members of the public on the field maintenance budget? Any questions from members of the public on the field maintenance budget? Hearing none, we'll move to Parks and Recreation. And thank you very much, Director.
The Thayer and
Okay, well, get out. All right, let's have, make sure she doesn't trip on the arts. Yeah.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening. As you can see by the budget, the Parks and Rec budget is reduced about 67%. And a large portion of that is due to the fact that the field maintenance and pool maintenance and rink maintenance have all been falling under Department of Public Works. And Parks and Recreation will be responsible for the programming at the specific parks and other events that will be going on. And we will no longer be responsible for the field maintenance, which is a blessing.
But no services are being cut. It's just being moved into a different department.
No
correct?
services are being cut. And as a matter of fact, we're hoping to be able to increase some of the services that we haven't been able to do in the past due to the pandemic and whatnot. So we've got a lot of things on the horizon. Been working with a lot of the local parks and getting them up to speed, and also working with the planning department to come up with a comprehensive plan for all of our local parks so that everybody's kind of on the same page and we can improve some of those facilities as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, President. Director, the same question for you is with respect to the increase in the electricity budget. It seems that basically every department has requested a significant increase in the electricity. And in Thayer and Warburton arenas, it's the same thing. Last couple of years, of course, you had nothing, but going back to 2019, the actual was 267,000, and you are looking for 330,000 this year. What basis did you use to increase it to 330?
The electricity is coming out of the Department of Public Works budget. That's no longer in the Parks and Recreation budget.
So, well, actually, I'm ahead of myself. Thayer and Warburton arenas is the last item. I'm sorry.
Right, but those really come under Public Works.
Okay.
They're not in the Parks and Recreation budget.
Okay.
As far as facilities, but any
Sorry,
program.
I jumped ahead.
Right.
Sorry. I'm all set. I jumped ahead. Sorry.
Nope, no problem. Any other questions from members of the council on Parks and Recreation? Thank you. Seeing none. Any questions from members of the public on the Parks and Recreation budget? Any questions from members of the public on the Parks and Recreation budget? Hearing none, we'll move to the McDermott Pool.
That's really Public Works also.
Yes, I think you're done, Deb.
Huh? Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Director.
I'm done.
All those papers ready to go.
We're sitting here for 5 hours for that.
I was prepared. That's all I can
Sure were.
say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
So McDermott, again, this is one of those items where, referring back to what Finance Director Schaefer indicated, page 32, that speaks to a little bit of how the breakdown worked over the last, or the transition worked this year. So we don't have an official breakdown of, specific pool rink over the last 2 years. That being said, a lot of it carries forward pretty comparably over the last couple years. We are incorporating a new position that's going to be split half-time between the rink and half-time between the pool, and that's the recreational facilities supervisor position. What we anticipate this position to function as is one point of contact for all maintenance activities at those two facilities, one point of contact for working with vendors, one point of contact for any kind of procurement that would happen at those facilities. Also, as far as coordination with recreation when it comes to programming, this would be the one point of contact. Right now, they don't really have that. If there were to be a function at the rink right now, it would be recreation talking to any one of 3 or 4 different maintenance people, whoever happened to be working at the time. And it just lends itself to a lot of inefficiencies and potential for things falling through the cracks. With one person over there who's accountable for all those things, we anticipate that all of those communications will go much more smoothly. And also, it's someone, in addition to Public Works in general, it's a person that's going to be accountable for all the work we're doing over there. You know, the mayor over the last 5 months has worked very hard to get the pool and the rink back up to where it should be. We want to make sure that we have someone over there who has the accountability to maintain that and keep it going and has ownership of those entities. And that's why we're looking at incorporating a position like that.
Thank you very much, Director. And I, have to echo that, this is a priority. And I thank you and the mayor for making this a priority. We hear about this every day, from our constituents on the council, and people are excited. And I like that we have a plan moving forward too. We're not just going to fix it and then, let it go until something else happens. You have a plan that we're going to execute, so something like this does not happen again in the future. Councilman Gephardt.
Director, I had a couple of questions on the personnel side of the budget. When I look at Thayer with 6.5 employees, you've budgeted $25,000 for overtime. And then when I look at McDermott, which just has 1.5 positions, you've also budgeted $25,000 for overtime. And then if I look up at, let's say, like field maintenance, 9 positions, it's also budgeted $25,000 in overtime. So I just wanted to get your perspective. Are those just placeholders, or, or we feel those are good estimates?
That is, I'm looking at, so Thayer Warburton Arena in 2019, that had actually 37. The lighting in here is bad.
Yeah, it's hard to cross-reference there.
The actual was 37. I think it was budgeted at 36 back in 2019.
So back in 2019, overtime for the rinks was budgeted at 36, and then the one below
Pool
it.
was 25.
And the pool was budgeted at
It would've
20.
been 25.
What was it actual? What was that?
There's only 5,000 in the pool.
5,000 overtime in the pool.
For the proposed 22 budget is 5,000.
Okay, so the supplement. So
That's going to be incorrect. That must be a typo in the personnel supplement.
yeah, so it looks like
I see it. It's right in 42,106, but it looks like it's overstated on page 41 of the personnel. I'm assuming that the general fund budget is the document of record on that,
rather than the personnel supplement. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Okay, that makes more sense to me now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Good eye. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eric, the same question as I had earlier, the reasoning for the 31% increase in the electricity component over 2019. Is that because basically the swimming pool hadn't been used during that time period?
Well,
I
in
think-
19, it was still being used, right?
I think that one's for the rink though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, the rinks, right.
2019 it was, yes.
Right, yeah, the electricity in the pool went up from 45 to 60.
Right.
But the ice rinks are obviously expensive to run. We have 4 compressor units, cooling towers, you know, general lighting in the building, as well as, my goodness.
So what does the ice rink have to do with the swimming pool?
They're separate budgets. Are
Right.
you,
I'm
are you
asking
referring to
about-
electricity at the ice rink?
I'm asking about the electricity right now in the swimming pool. It's 31% increase over the 2019 budget. And I'm just asking for what the rationale was to increase it by 31%.
So more of the solar panel farms have actually come online. So there's additional credits here that actually end up, we get the credits, we allocate the credits, but then we charge the department for the payments to the solar farm. That makes sense? So between 19 and today, there's another farm online, and I can't remember the name of it. But it was the latest one came online. Do you remember the name of it? No. I'm happy to provide you whatever you like with the Captona credits.
So my idea of a credit is a reduction in cost. So what we're doing is increasing the electrical budget, the electricity budget by 31%. You're speaking about solar credits. Solar credits and credits, in my mind, reduce the budget.
So it depends on the time. It depends on the time of year and how much electricity is being used. Because if they generate too much electricity out of the farm, we have to pay this company Captona a percentage of the credit. Then we need to take the credit at the end of the year and allocate it across departments. We have not actually done this historically because it's just been too urgent to get the audit out. So in this particular department, you must be picking up the credit from that Captona work. The extra one.
This is new coming back to us.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at
I'm not
last year,
sure.
this year. Like I probably would have added that up, put that up a little bit too, because you're gonna be using the rink more and there's gonna be more credit here because there's that new farm online.
So this credit thing, this is something that's still under scrutiny because again, in my idea of a credit is that 60,000, you give me a credit, it's reducing the 60,000. You give me an invoice, it's increasing it.
Yeah, but if you have a credit of $60,000 and you only spent $40,000 and you have to pay a percentage of that $60,000, you've now spent more money.
But you haven't spent 60. If you budgeted 60, you spent.
Well, you may have spent 50, but you only had a $40,000 bill. You had to pay 50 out to the company.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So this solar credit thing, this is all speculative right now because we don't know what that number is. It could be up, it could be down. We could have to pay, we may not have to pay.
It could be sunny, it could be stormy. I have no idea.
No, I understand that. So the answer is you're increasing the electrical budget, the electricity budget, as most departments are. In this case, 31%, because we don't know what the solar credits are going to be. That's why we're increasing the.
I mean, the quantity's also gone up as a rate increase.
Hasn't gone up 31%. I get the electric bills every month.
No, but our credits are that we're paying out are quite steep, and some departments aren't taking the credit. But you'll see that this is a conversation to have offline, quite honestly. It's a very complicated process that I actually aim to fix in 22
Okay,
and simplify it.
all right, because I agree, it is very confusing.
It's overly complicated. And Christy calls me mad because I'm charging her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council people have questions on the pool? Any members of the public would like to speak about the pool budget? Dermott Pool budget. Any questions from members of the public on the pool? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to Thayer Arena.
So the rink, similar, again, we're creating that position. That'll move back and forth between the rink and the pool. That, going back to page 32, which speaks to, how the money is going to be moved with the transition. Other than that, the items at the pool, the rink. Right, we put 2 positions back in. Thank you, Christy. Like that brings back 2 people that had been laid off. So they'll go back to their total of 6 building maintenance people. And I think everything else we kind of carried through pretty evenly.
Okay, thank you, Director. And a big part of Thayer Arena is it brings in revenue into the city, correct?
Correct. I mean, yes. The numbers like $600,000 a year, roughly.
Correct. So that's another reason why we want to make investments in this area and bring on additional personnel to take care of this city asset. Any questions for members of the council on Thayer Arena? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on Thayer Arena? Any questions from members of the public on Thayer Arena? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to ask Mr. Conley to walk me through. Do we just do a motion to continue until tomorrow evening at 4 p.m.?
So, Mr. President, you have posted for tomorrow. So at this time, you just need a motion to recess and then reconvene tomorrow evening.
Okay, I will entertain that motion. Councilwoman Travis makes that motion. It's second by Councilman Gephardt, very excitedly, and Councilman Howe. All right, so all those in favor of continuing this meeting until 4 p.m. Tomorrow evening, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you very much. Great work, Mayor's office, each department, thank you very much, and we will see you all tomorrow at 4 p.m. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Adios.